Okay. Should be live. Should be recording. Let's double check everything. Mic's on, right? Yeah. Yep. I see some signal in OBS. Looks like we're recording. Post a little message in Discord here. Oops. What? Okay. Do I hear myself on Twitch? Let's make sure. Do I hear myself on? Yes. All right. Let's see. I wanted to make sure that the stream. Did the stream labels not work? Oh, game development pro. Oh, it is there. Okay. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes Streamlabs decides to clear out my stream labels. Like, so when sometimes they're there. Like if I go live, if I hit go live on Streamlabs, my labels will pop up there. I usually do programming and game development. And sometimes they're just gone. So I have to like make sure to check it every time to make sure that I have to re-enter them if they're gone. I'm not sure what the thing is that makes them disappear. I think it would save. Whoa, Retro MMO is raiding. What is going on, Retro? Yeah, sorry, I had to leave. Blossom, dinosaur, old man. Yeah, I know. Old, super old fart. Check out that. See that receding? Actually, there's not any receding hairline. All of my grandpas have full heads of hair. So, it's looking up for me. Retro, is this your game? Wow, thanks for the raid, Retro. I appreciate that. I kind of left your stream nonchalantly. But yeah, and thanks. Oh, let me okay, so Dumpster Firebread has followed. Yeah, let me thank all the followers that you gave me earlier when you dumped them all here. I don't want to play your crappy game. Well, I don't know. I was gonna try to act all tough and like take offended or something. Also, your mic's not good enough for streaming. That's funny. I like that. I dissed Retro's mic earlier. So, Just KC is now following. Thank you, Just KC. All right, I gotta thank everyone here in order because I've got a bunch. So I think there was somebody maybe from the end of yesterday's stream. Gentleman Joel. So Gentleman Joel, you're probably not here right now, but thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Double a life, thanks for the follow. So from here on, it should be everyone who's popped on over from Retro's stream and everything. Yellowberry HN. Yellowberry, thank you. Cancel Retro MMO for toxic. Yeah. Just banned from MMO. Clearly a troll. Yeah, definitely. Night 815. Juno Crux. Deviant Ghost 0. Al the Sexy Overlord. Corner Lord. A lot of lords. Dumpster Firebread and Just KC. Thank you all for the follows. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you so much. I thought you were streaming Among Us, Evan. What's going on? Among Us in 2 hours. Gotcha. Oh, so you're just chilling for the meantime? Nice, nice, nice. Gonna get food and see family and stuff. Okay, cool, cool. All right. Well, so were you said you didn't start streaming because when I saw your stream time, it was only 3 hours, so you didn't start the stream. You didn't do a usual 2 a.m. stream. Couldn't think of what I was trying to actually say there. Frulu modifying, throwing a snowman on that toilet there. I like it. Nice. Risey, looking at visual code in dark mode makes me remember how sacrilege it is to use a light theme. Yeah, really. I mean, if you're... No, actually, it's just... I don't know. I feel like light theme kind of hurts your eyes. It really does. If we open up Notepad... Yeah, it's just really bright, you know? And then it lights my face up too much on the webcam too, you know. So now I look extra pale than I already am. So it's better to have that dark theme, you know, more better lighting. Oh, while we're here, we might as well prepare our "Be Right Back" message for when I actually take a bathroom break in 5 minutes, probably from now. Retro, I don't have usual anything, no internal clock, life isn't real. Nice. Dark theme's best thing. I don't like retinal discomfort. Yeah, for sure. For sure, Yellowberry. Or AKA Linus Tech Tips. I did see the Linus resemblance, Yellowberry. Extra pale. Yeah, right. Yeah, when Evan was saying that in the talking about the Linus Tech Tips reference there, I had to look you up, Yellowberry, and see it. So that's. I just don't have trouble with light themes. It's a learned skill. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I've definitely like edited Word docs for a long time and just been staring at them for a while, you know, or Google Docs. But also apparently has something to do with eye color. That would make sense. That would make sense because you know how baseball players do the whatever it is, the smudge. That's supposed to, you know, reflect less light off your cheek into your eye. So your iris could be the same thing. Because I have like dark brown eyes, so maybe, well, you have really light blue eye. Okay, I don't know. That kind of goes against my theory then, maybe, but. All right, well, since you're all here, what are we working on here? Oops, I don't even know my own chat commands anymore. Working on my terrible game. See, if I make fun of my own game, then when a troll comes in and then makes fun of it too, then it's kind of like, yeah, I already know. I know it sucks. So what? So yeah, I already know it sucks. So your comment is kind of like just saying kind of the thing, you know. All right, so I posted the link to the awful game right there, populus.gg. You can play the single-player version right now if you want. If you would want to put yourself through that. I give my game so much crap, people get concerned. Nice. Yeah, I mean, well, self-deprecating stuff is, yeah, it's funny. I think people think that's kind of funny, you know, when you bash your own stuff. I've always been a huge fan of the skateboard company Enjoy, ENJOI, because they just, their whole thing was so anti like typical skateboarding stuff. It was just like a random ad with some bad thing, and then they just bashed themselves, and that was kind of their skate ads in magazines. I'm dating myself talking about magazines, physical magazines. Some crappy farming sim. I'm sure you wouldn't like it. It's funny. Yeah, that is pretty funny. This dude is old AF. Yeah, what does AF stand for? Just kidding. Actually, I know what that one stands for. But most of the stuff in the chat, I'm not on the same level. Bet, yeah. Bet. I'm still trying to think of how to say bet. Hey, I asked Bekitty about that, my wife. Well, she's a few years younger than me, but she's bet stands for affirmative. Right. Hey, how do you know Yellowberry? Aren't you older too? Yeah, there was Badger who comes in. Badger's one of those guys who likes to kind of troll me for fun all the time. But then he threw. You're 20, Yellowberry? All right, sorry, never mind. I thought people were saying before that you were older or something. Black Entertainment Television. It's probably a real thing, right? All right, so we'll give a little demo of the awful game here. So basically, it's a game where if you go to populus.gg right now, this is what you see. It's a main menu page with some buttons, play, tutorial, and this thing, which doesn't do anything. It's so if you hit play, yes, it is a TV channel. I want some black entertainment. My love, OMG Jared lives under a rock. Well, I do. I really do. So this basically, you pop these bubbles in the order that they appear here. Before you see how many you can pop in 30 seconds. So this little timer bar is ticking down, right? So it's a little hourglass. So to pop a bubble, you hover your mouse over it, and you press the space bar or click. And that's pretty much all there is. You're always popping that bubble in that first position. Then after the 30 seconds is done, you see your stats at the end. That's pretty much it. And I'm working on multiplayer right now, so don't worry. It might get slightly less crappy when there's multiplayer. How many channel points do you get to pull out an Ibanez? Oh, you know. Retro, I didn't know you knew what those were. Didn't know you knew those guitars. Actually, I do have them in my About section, so. Yellowberry, how is multiplayer going to work? Well, I can give you a little demo. I read the About section. Gotcha. I was going to say, like, you could probably tell that from the headstocks on those three that they're all Ibanez. Ibanez. I play guitar too, but really know nothing about music tech. Gotcha. Nice. I would totally not know from the headstock. Yeah, I gotcha. I think well, maybe from, I can't tell how clear that would really show up, but well, oh, Yellowberry asked how the multiplayer is going to work. Yeah, I'll give you the little demo of the multiplayer right now. I got my other window open here. So I got two browsers open. And right now I just have this. Oh yeah, that's right. We added the finding opponent thing yesterday. I got to really catch myself up on what's going on here. So right now I just have this the little O in Populus, since technically it's a button object. So I have that be my cue for multiplayer button. So at some point I have to actually create a new button and kind of line it up with everything else on the main menu, but we'll get to that when we get to it. So right now this guy is waiting for an opponent, so the server kind of has that player sitting there and waiting, and then if another player connects, then we have a match. So I'll click this, and then boom, we have an instant match. And then right now I have the time set to 5 seconds, so that's kind of not helpful, but let me, maybe let's change that right now. So basically the multiplayer is just a race. So it's just a one-on-one, who can pop the most. And I've been kind of I can't find where to change the time, the amount of time. Match time length, 5,000, we'll change that to, we'll change it back to 30,000, right? So it's technically supposed to be 30 seconds. So obviously with the multiplayer, there's a whole bunch of extra UI garbage on there because I'm kind of playing around with how to show like your score. But basically both players see the same bubbles and they pop them kind of at their own individual pace. So this guy here is popping a bunch of bubbles. He's popped 12. And then this guy here could pop a few, you know, and then it's kind of... Right now, I just have like the score, you know, how many bubbles each player's popped on screen. So obviously this player has popped 12, the opponent's popped 10, and vice versa, you know, on the other side. And when the time runs out, sorry, there's like my debug things over the top of the stats there, but basically shows you your bubbles popped. Total time, 30 seconds, you know, pops per second, how many mistakes you made. All right, so I think there were some chats popping up here that I missed. Evan is a boss at guitar. Boss boops. Have you played guitar on stream, Evan? Evan shreds that guitar like a Blendtec blender. Nice. That's the Will It Blend thing, right? The Blendtec, where he just blends on iPhone and stuff like that. That's old. I remember watching that in high school. So like 2007. Blendtec's been around. 2007 was when Evan was born, right? I notice it marks the point at which you leave the main circle. Is that a penalty? Yes. So there's mistakes, like I was saying. So to make a mistake, like the one mistake would be obviously like totally missing the bubble. I'm supposed to pop brown, but I clicked outside of brown, right? So that's a mistake. So that little red thing flashes. The next thing would be, you know, maybe I popped the wrong bubble, so I pop this one instead. That's a mistake. Or I just straight up go outside of the black circle there. So that's a mistake. And you kind of have to start over then. Kodako. What's going on, Kodako? Good to see you. I did play on stream before, but my mic's probably hardly even picked it up. Yeah, get a new mic. No, I'm just kidding. Blossom is making fun of me because we used to play a game together. I made my account when I was 13 years old. My username was Guitar Boss XD. I like it. Nobody ever repeat this. You're not going to tell us what game it was, so we could look it up. So we could look up your account. I like the mouse trail thing. That's a nice touch. Thanks, Frulu. Thanks. Yeah, I would like to do sound eventually. Kodako just getting off work. Nice. Yeah, welcome, Kodako. You've been here like every day, Kodako. I appreciate that for sure. It's awesome. Yeah, and Retro MMO, Kodako, Retro MMO just raided, so that's why there's a million times more people than there usually are here. Gosh darn it, Jared, I said don't repeat it. Nostalgia is the game. Retro MMO is a spiritual successor to it. Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. I think I've heard of Nostalgia before, maybe. It's not that old of a game, is it? Sound in browsers is tough. Yeah, well, there's the web audio API, Yellowberry, which, from what I've messed around with it, which is very minimal, the web audio API is kind of pretty nice. It's got a whole bunch of filters, compressor, like it's a whole chain. You like chain everything up. You just set up a whole signal chain for like your audio, like pads and everything. So I don't know if you're referring to the web audio API Yellowberry, or if you're saying the web audio API sucks, then I got you. But it's pretty robust from what I've seen. I'm impressed. Nobody cares about sound, but apparently modern browsers kind of do to some extent. So I will probably be using that, and I'm actually an audio guy. I did semi-professional music and sound design, music composition kind of for ads. And a friend of mine who I used to work with, he kind of hangs out hangs out in the chat. IPR Zach D every so often. I might be hitting him up for some ideas because he's a legit sound designer. Yellowberry, the web audio API has minimal support. The last time I used it, it's been like 3 years, so it might be more adopted now. Gotcha. I mean, yeah, and I don't care too much about this game. Again, crappy game. I don't care too much about, if you're playing on some old browser and the sound doesn't work. Or if you're playing on some old browser and the game doesn't work, I don't care. I'm probably not going to deal with it. All the major browsers do web audio API, but I can't get it to work properly with mobile Safari for whatever reason. That mobile Safari. Yeah, actually, a friend of mine played this on mobile Safari, and it didn't. Yeah, like it didn't. Safari doesn't translate taps into mouse events or whatever, mouse clicks, mouse ups, mouse downs. So, Retro MMO uses web audio API. Nice. Yeah, I would have assumed you probably would have, right? Because that's pretty much the only. I mean, what else was there before? I don't even know what browser. I've never done anything else with sound in the browser really before, but it was probably just some awful, play this, do that kind of thing. You had no, the whole filter thing, and you can add compressors and reverb and all that stuff. None of that would have been. And it's got, low frequency oscillators and everything built in. I mean, it's pretty cool. HTML5 audio works for simple use cases. Yeah, the web audio API seems a little more complicated. You kind of have to understand a little bit about audio, maybe a little bit to maybe use it. I like that the new IE isn't the new IE. Yeah, exactly. It's Chromium. Or you're talking about Edge, I guess, right? The new Edge, the new Chromium Edge. HTML5 audio doesn't have seamless looping, which I need. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so what were we working on yesterday? Well, you might ask, what were we doing? Well, we were trying to get we got this finding opponent thing going. And that's kind of nice because before there was no, so if you queued up for a multiplayer match, there was no finding opponent thing. It would just sit there on the main menu. So we've added this in. That's nice. And we can see down here on the server, I'm logging. So if I click X here now, we're finding an opponent. But if I click X, now waiting player canceled. But if I click it again, player requested match. So we can see that that's all kind of working nicely on the server, or at least our logs are telling us it's working. Whether or not the thing's actually doing what it says it's doing, that's another thing. It's another story. So this is kind of cool. This is actually kind of cool because we wanted, since nobody's going to play this game, since it's pretty awful, I didn't want people to sit here on a finding opponent screen and then that's it. And then, maybe the next opponent won't show up till tomorrow. So I didn't want them to just, click that and then just have to sit here and kind of be like, all right, yeah, whatever. So we're going to have a button. Well, we do have a button. It just has a P on it right now. But that's going to be I put just the P on it to kind of make sure that it wasn't confused with the same object of the play button, because it's two separate objects. Entities. Drawable entities. In my code. So what was I saying? So I wanted to have basically a button here that says, oh, you can practice while you wait, right? Jared is drunk. Well, I haven't been sipping whatever you've been sipping there, Retro. I'll stream. Is that coffee or alcohol you're downing? Maybe possibly a mixture. No, it's I'm on a normal sleep schedule, so unlike me, Jared does not make a face when he sips straight vodka. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, my face would probably have some sort of tick or not tick, tell. That's what I was trying to say. Tell. Retro knows all about tells in his Texas Hold'em game that he's been developing for a year now. Hang on, there might have been some chats that I missed here. Yellowberry, are you using a framework? No, I'm just using basically the HTML5 canvas 2D context. So that's pretty much all there is. Yeah, no third-party libraries or anything. So it's all kind of my own engine. Like these buttons, in fact, are not even HTML buttons. It's my own circles that I'm drawing on the canvas and interacting with. Which, you know, yeah, I probably could have done some stuff with HTML and CSS. I hate CSS and all that, so I just kind of ignored it. Or, you know, I thought this would be better anyway. And I'd be able to probably get better results with like animating and stuff with this than I'd have more flexibility with animations and everything than if I was using CSS or something. So yeah, these buttons are all just my own object in the, it's pretty much everything you see right here, you know, on the main, at any point in the game, anything you see is just, you know, canvas stuff on the canvas, except for the links, the Discord and Twitch links are normal HTML elements. Yeah. What's a normal? Oh man, I keep missing. All right, so let's see. Alice Sexy Overlord. I'm going to be number 1 on Populus GG Championship. Yeah, I mean, currently there's like 5 players, so you got a good chance, Al. But with the multiplayer, I'm going to go live with the multiplayer. Hopefully, not too far away from now. And then the next step would be kind of like some usernames and leaderboards. I'm not going to have user accounts. You're not going to log in. It's not going to be this involved process like with Retro MMO where it's really laborious. You got to sign up with some email. I send you some email to sign, to do that, blah, 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 blah. I want it to be low friction. You just click, you're in. None of this create a character stuff. I'm jesting. Well, but no, seriously, it's going to be just, there's not going to be any user accounts or anything. I'm probably just going to do like some random user name generation things, just like putting together some arrays of like funny words and put them together. But yeah, please do not forget to mention the Battle Royale aspect of the game. That's true. Texas Hold'em Battle Royale. I just think it's funny that, your name's Retro MMO, so it implies like you're probably working on a Retro MMO, but I like just saying that like you're working on some sort of online poker or something like that. And I use that joke way too much, but usually there's a different crowd every time. Trash Dev. What's going on, Trash Dev? Good to see you. I'm trying to say hi to, there's so many people in here that this is kind of crazy. So I'm trying to say hi when people hop in there. This man is pulling an Evan. Maybe it's probably too old to know what that was referring to at that point, Yellowberry. Moment when Jared does not read literally every single message word for word. Disgraceful game of the century. Did I screw something up? I want Dord in this game. I don't know what that is. Sorry. Says the guy who doesn't read half hours messages at RetroML. Please don't look at my name. Different crowd. Just me. But it's been a few days. Being trash. Oh yeah, we got an emote. Not that anyone's really that interested in that, but we've got an emote. For once. It's a toilet because I take a lot of bathroom breaks. So Joanna BRB. So I be right back and I, whatever. So that's there. It's a thing. And what was it? Matt Jax was gonna take that. I sent him the 32 by 32 pixel art of the toilet, and he was gonna make a game completely with just the assets for his kind of demo assets. So. Whoa, Trash Dev is now following. Thank you, Trash Dev. I really appreciate it. I really do. Guys, keep sending him messages so he doesn't code. Messages making chat incredibly long. Hi, Al. Whoa. Hi, Retro Mother. Whoa. Legitimately streaming while coding life. No coding. Blah, blah, blah. Whoa. Dodgy Dev has followed. Guys, keep following so I never actually do anything. I'm just kidding. Follow if you want. I can't really suggest it, though. Yeah, Dodgy Dev, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we've been going 30 minutes. I haven't gotten anything done. Actually, quite contrary, we've opened VS Code and, yeah. Yes. So, what was I explaining before? Oh, I was explaining that, they're finding opponent thing, right? So since nobody's going to play this game, it's kind of dumb to have this and then you just sit here for like a day and a half or so before another player connects, right? That'd be really boring. There already aren't enough people that are going to play the game. Whatever. So we added this practice button. So basically from here, this practice button would kind of be like practice while you wait, right? So I can click this, and now I'm in the middle of just a practice match. It's a single player game, right? But if another player connects, so I'm on my other browser here, if this guy connects, so I click the little O, this guy will instantly join into that match. So now here, boom, boom. They're instantly in the match together, right? So we need to kind of clean up the UX a little bit, make it a little more smooth, like not just this jarring, like, boom, you're in a match all of a sudden, a 3, 2, 1 countdown, boom, I'm in a game, like I'm transported to another game. So we need to have like I'd like to have like the finding match thing kind of like maybe down on the bottom or something with a little animating icon to kind of tell you, oh yeah, I'm still waiting for a match. And then if a match is found, like maybe it would transition to like, oh, match found, and it would kick you out of a practice game or whatever, if that's what you were at, if you were at that point. But I don't know what I was actually gonna say. So basically we kind of right at the end of the day, we kind of have all these if statements now, which it's a little chunky, but actually it's pretty clear what's going on. So like our match countdown started event that gets fired whenever there's a match. So the server will fire that message and say, hey, we got a match, a game, a match between two players. That's what I mean when I say match. So basically then I have all these if statements to kind of handle like no matter what point you're in. So like if you're in the middle of the tutorial, it would kill the tutorial and then put you in the game. If you were in the middle of a countdown of of a practice match, it would kill that, put you in the game. If you were on the post-game screen or whatever, So basically we're handling all these cases. And we were kind of thinking maybe there'd be a better way to do this, but I think for now this is actually kind of exactly what we want. And it seemed to work pretty well. Blah, blah, blah. Sometimes coding is just about having a good time, not coding. Oh, I opened VS Code too. Nice. What about confirmation button for match found in case the person walked away? Confirmation button, do you mean like, maybe I don't know exactly what you're saying, Ryazy? Sorry, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Yellow Bear, you could have a grace period, so the new player will have a second or two to wait so that the practicing player has time to see what's happening. Yes, exactly. My plan, because right now I have on the server, so the server has this thing where match found time length, okay? So this match, wait a minute, is this the thing that's being used? No, actually, all right. I already have to take a bathroom break, okay. I've been holding it in, so. And I'm going to refresh my coffee. So I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Don't go anywhere unless you guys really want to, because I can't really stop you. We'll be back. Whoa, I'm back. I'm back. Whew. It's all right, guys. Risey, like when a match is found, sorry, I'm jumping in because this is what I last thought about here. Like when a match is found, they have to confirm it in X amount of seconds, and if they do not confirm it, finds a different player. If the game starts on its own when they want to the bathroom, whatever. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, that's interesting. That's an interesting thought. That might be. Yeah, I would probably have maybe something like that at some point in the future, potentially, if that seems to be an issue. Well, my one solution is going to be friendly bots that actually play the game, because actually making a bot to play this game would be pretty simple. So there might be some friendly bots that kind of kick in, and they'd be nice and transparent, and you would know it's a bot. You know, it would say, hey, you're playing a bot. And the bots would have rankings and whatever, so you could kind of rank up depending on the bot. How do colorblind people, yes, Al. Colorblind, that's something I gotta figure out. Coffee. Double a Life, what's up? Hey, Double a Life. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Double a Life. Maybe you weren't here when I thanked you earlier, but thank you. I appreciate it muchly. My coffee. Wow, did you notice how Jar froze time and came back? Oh. Yeah, did you guys see how quick I did that? My coffee is a retro MMO in-joke, by the way. Gotcha. Thanks, Yellowberry, for the clarification. My coffee. I got it. All right. Oh, I'm back, so I should have minimized that. Not to confuse people. All right, so okay. Jared, is this the most annoying rage you've had? Probably. No, it's not annoying at all. Not at all. I appreciate it muchly, Evan. I really do. Obviously didn't get enough sleep last night. I'm laughing hysterically at my coffee. Yeah, are you guys gonna explain the joke, the my coffee joke, or is it just one of those things? One time, Populus sent a message that just said my coffee. Like he made a mistake or something. Or sorry, I assumed Frulu. I said he, Frulu, but I guess Frulu could be not he. Oh, I guess he still got he. And the reason is because he was trying to think of something funny to say after my coffee, and he forgot and typed it and hit enter. Gotcha. Nice. I got it. I like it. Everyone is random gender unless proven otherwise. Ryzy. Yeah, I gotcha. It's funny to me because it's like, WTF, why would you type 2 words for no reason and try to think of a funny way to complete a sentence? Yeah, that's like the Michael Scott thing. Like the first day that Ryan is at the office and they're doing all these puns and they're doing all those dessert. Jim's like cracking all these dessert puns, and Michael's like pudding. Like he just thought we just picked a random dessert, and then tried to come up with tried to like create the pun after. I don't know. It's what I do every time. Al, I gotcha. Yeah, it works. All right, so I'm trying to think of what we actually wanted to do next, because we just kind of finished this last thing, the kind of practice, which kind of lets you get out of the finding opponent screen. We don't really need to worry about the animation for that right now. Like it would be nice to have like a little thing that's animating. Oh, and by the way, so like if we're finding an opponent, right, and I click practice while I'm waiting, we need it to say like finding an opponent, right, and then kind of have like the little icon, moving, animating icon to like tell you, yeah, it's still kind of waiting, right? But then from there, it'd be really nice to have the ability to cancel that too. So like to have like some sort of X button attached to it. So yeah, that's the origin of my coffee. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, so having the ability to quit. All right, I think what we should work on first is probably getting kind of this, having sort of this finding opponent thing be something that then transports around to the rest of the game. Because like, or once you're queued, Man, this UI stuff, like this is all just user experience stuff, and it's like way more complicated than the game itself. Like seriously, you could build this game in a day. I don't know. I mean, depending on skill level, you could build the game super quick. And I'm sitting here, I'm spending hours working on UI, user experience stuff. What does this world come to? Al, maybe have a colorblind mode where there would be a noticeable contrast. Each ball would fall apart easily. I need to reread that again. But there needs to be a very noticeable contrast between each ball, and that could fall apart easy. Well, okay, so Al, I'm going to do some research on the different types of, like the most common types of colors blindedness, right? Like Evan said his is like protanopia, something like that. Nailed it. So I was going to do a little research and just see if there's maybe some like filtering things I could do, like just kind of take some RGB thing and then just do tweak it, Retro, my vote is just to have a certain level of contrast in R and G values in the RGB, but then Jared talks about other types of... But then Jared was like, oh, yeah, you're talking exactly what... But who gives a heck? That one accommodates my type of colorblind, so just do it. Yeah, for sure. For sure, Evan, I got you. You can do the lazy way and have colorblind mode that has patterns. That's the other thing, too, Yellowberry. Like, yeah, and that would be easier, because, like, I mean, having some sort of colorblind thing to pick is like, that'd be another UI thing that I'd spend like 3 weeks on building the UI for and selecting. And Retro, I had that suggestion too. We discuss this every stream. Yes. So colorblindedness stuff, I'll get to it at some point. And it could be patterns. It could be maybe something, I don't know. I want to suggest the pattern thing. That is the only message he doesn't read word for word. Nice. Yeah. I read every message word for word, at least in my head. And I think about it thoroughly before responding. Okay. So, toilet. Okay. You're trolling, Yellowberry. You want me to read Joanna BRB every time? Reading every message in my chat, any percent speed run? Yes. I'm all for that. Do you do any UE4 work? Dodgy Dev. I've done a little bit of UE4 just for fun in the past, a long time ago. Yeah, actually back in like 2015, I was kind of screwing around with some UE4 stuff. I remember years very well for some reason. But no, I don't. I do not do any UE4 work now, currently. This was back when it was Unreal like 4.6 or something, or 4.06 or whatever. I don't know how the versions, but now they're on like 4.1000 or something like now. Yellowberry can have been too long ago. UE4 is still pretty new. I remember when UE4, I still remember the Yellowberry, you say UE4 is still pretty new, but I remember E3 2012, UE4 was like the thing, the real big deal, And then it was like, we didn't start really seeing games until like 2015, 2016 in UE4. And like now, it's kind of a little more ubiquitous, I guess. That's probably not the word to say, but Dodgy Dev, I try to stay away from engine stuff. I was just curious. I'm currently learning. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, I really try to do kind of game development kind of from scratch for the most part. Obviously, I'm using building a web game, and I'm doing, I'm using a graphics API that's built into the browser, but I really enjoy just like kind of trying to figure stuff out on my own, and that's kind of my philosophy for the last couple of years. It's just kind of trying to see what I can do on my own, and See how far I can push that. Still pretty new in terms of engine tech since it's rolling release. I got you, Yellowberry. Yeah, I got you. So hard mode, yes, pretty much. Yeah, yes, yeah, it is. It does take a while. My next game, I would like to do in C. I have a puzzle game. Actually, I built it a while ago. And I would like to actually build that out in C. And maybe sell it on Steam. A native game. Native, well, it'd be, yeah, Windows, I guess. I don't know if I would do other operating systems, but for sure Windows with software rendering. That's my goal. I'm trying to wrap my head around that and doing stuff like that. I currently implemented a little nearest neighbor thing, scaling out, whatever, for those of you who know what that is. Let me pull that up. I kind of want to talk about it for anyone's interested. Everyone else is like, just do the stupid bubble game. But hang on, I want to see if you guys think this is kind of cool. Where is it? Trash dev. K, nearest neighbor. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking there. If you're asking what nearest neighbor is, or you're asking what I mean by what I'm doing with nearest neighbor. I'm talking about like scaling images. Where is this? What is the name of this project? No, that's not it. Oh, I did it in this one. Okay, so I just have a little scratch thing here. I'm doing this in C, so this is not web development, but this is me kind of having some fun here. So what? Maybe let's zoom in there. Oh, actually, that's kind of annoying. Well, it's basically I just have like a little. So I've got a little library that I wrote for writing bitmap files. Just basically some functions for writing bitmap files in C, and we've got a little. I've got like a little. Basically, I've got a little chunk here where, I read an image, so I open a bitmap file. I've got a function to read a bitmap file and write a bitmap file, right? So I have a little. I read a bitmap file into memory, then we set a destination width and height. So then we're upscaling it basically. I guess downscaling technically would work too. And then we allocate some memory for the new destination size, right? Because you open up an image that's like 16 by 16 or something. Risey is a pixel artist. Nearest neighbor is life-saving. That's what it is. Yeah, exactly. That's everything. That's everything, right? So let's take the toilet. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do this full. It's already 1 hour into the stream. We haven't gotten a single thing done, so we might as well just keep on that path. Pixel toilet, 32 by 32 PNG. Okay, so we've got this. I'm zoomed way in, right? So this is a 32 by 32 thing. So if we save, let's take the toilet. Yeah, nice. All right, so we're gonna do to pixel toilet 32 by 32. We're gonna save it as a BMP. Hang on a sec. BMP. Windows BMP. Got to scroll all the way down to Windows. And then we're going to go to, where's my library thing? Hang on a sec. Sorry, this is taking a while here. This is like Evan trying to figure out VLC on stream. All right, let's look up C clients. Where's my file? Here we go. Here we go. I found it. Okay, we're gonna rename this T. Okay, a line has been crossed. Nice. All right, exporting, replacing. We're doing that. There we go. Nope, I did it wrong. I did it wrong. Ah, I don't have any alpha support in my thing, so that's gonna look awful. All right, so we have to do the toilet. We have to do like a white background on the toilet now, because I don't know what'll happen if we do RGBA. Yeah, okay, that'll do. So we have to export. Export as. Oh, here we go. Okay, so then we do our it's already BMP. Export, replace. Give me the options. Nope. Advanced. Yeah, we got to do 24 bits. I spent a bunch of time trying to figure out why the one image wasn't working the one time when I was testing this, and it was because I was doing 32 bits with alpha. All right, so that's great. So now what? T.bmp is a toilet with a white background, no alpha, but we'll get to the alpha at some point. Okay, so T, there we go, right? So it's a 32 by 32 image. So now what I get to do is, and I have to make sure that I do, so if we do, let's do something really, some power of 2, I guess. So if we do, what do we have? A 32 by 32, so let's do a 128 by 128 or something. All right, so if we do that, we compile the program. How do we do that again? Oh, yeah, I'm doing... what? Oh, wrong thing. I have to do shell.bat first. Oh, I'm in PowerShell, so we have to do that. Then we have to do build. Now we're not in PowerShell anymore. Okay, it built just fine. So let's run it. Main, how do we, what is it? Build / main.exe. Probably worked. Okay, so now there's a TU. So the T.bmp, that was our source file. Then there's TU.bmp. Don't ask me why I picked those letters. But now, if we open tu.bmp, I guess we can open it in VS Code. Yeah, there we go. We got 128 by 128 now. So there's our, and it looks okay, I guess. So that's 120. Yeah, obviously, like obviously the idea with nearest neighbor is you kind of look the same, right? If you know, there shouldn't really be any difference, especially since we did a nice even number there. Did I do what? Nearest neighbor makes it so any scale pixel image doesn't anti-alias, make them all blurry, keeps it pixelated. Yeah. Yeah, so then this basically just basically it takes a source image, or so we start with T.bmp, which is 128 by 128. Or sorry, it was 32 by 32, right? And then basically it loads that into memory. Then we allocate a new pixel buffer, a new buffer in memory for our 128 by 128 image, right? Or whatever number we specify. We can just punch in a destination width and a destination height here. So we do that. We allocate all that extra memory. And then we loop for every pixel in that new memory. And then basically what we do is we take that position of that pixel in memory, and we figure out kind of like what percentage we are across the image, right? So like we kind of loop by 128 by 128 here. And then we look at, okay, so we divide like whatever pixel number I'm on. So like if I'm on pixel 0, we divide 0 by 127, because that's the max pixel over here. And that tells us like what percentage that pixel is along the width, and we do that for the height too. So like we can see like, oh, since it's a square, the pixel down here would be 1.0 by 1.0. You know, here in the dead center would be 0.5x, 0.5y, right? So it's like a percentage of where you are along the width and the height. So that's like your little sample point. So then you take that, and then you kind of look that up. You look up what the pixel is at that same percentage point, but on your smaller one. So then we do that same thing, and then you look at that, and then you basically grab that color, and then you do the rounding. So that's where that nearest neighbor part comes in. You're just kind of taking whatever pixel is mostly at that spot, or is, you know, at that spot, you do a little rounding, whatever, and then you just pick that thing. So then you end up with, and I know this doesn't look interesting at all. These look like the same thing because they should look like the exact same image. But this one's 128 pixels wide and tall, and this one is 32. So it kind of works. Oh, and actually, I guess we can make it look bad if we do like 132. We can see the error now. We'll see some error with the rounding, with the you know, because since we did a perfect quadrupling, doubling of each dimension, I think, or I guess we quadrupled each dimension. But if we do another number, this has to be, is 132. I'm bad at math. Is 132 a multiple of 4? Because if it's not a multiple of 4, my bitmap library will fail. Yes, okay. So if we do something like 132 by 132, build main.exe, now we'll see a little bit of error when we look at TU. Yeah, so see, like, maybe it's not super dramatic. If we did a smaller size, I think it would be more dramatic. But you can kind of see, like, we kind of lost, like, our pixel art now. Like, these aren't perfect squares, right? So, like, this border is now kind of short. Like, it's definitely shorter than the black line here, right? So you get a little bit of error with when you're not doing, like, a perfect power of 2 scaling kind of thing or something like that. If you use nearest neighbor, it doesn't do that fluffy crap since you want it to stay pixel perfect. Yes. Why is VS Code the only non-imaging editing program that can properly zoom? Yeah, how awful is the new Windows 10 photo viewer? Like, for one, Windows 10 photo viewer crashes most of the time. It doesn't load. I've got this beast of a computer, and it sits there and spins like it's like, what? It crashes. Like, how hard is it to look at an image? See, and this is the problem. You got all these Windows developers. The people developing these Windows 10 apps are developing on some sort of, you know, they're using this universal Windows platform. They're building just this on this huge stack of like all these tools that are garbage, and it's all this stuff, and they're all far away from what actually happens, you know, from actually what's happening on, you know, the CPU side. And then you get this just a photo viewer that just doesn't open, and then whatever algorithm they're using for the zoom in is awful. It only zooms in like, you know, so if we're zooming in on this 32, let's just look at how awful this is. Like the old Windows 7 photo viewer was actually like good, and you can still find it, I think. It's still there. All right, so if we open, we open t.bmp. Okay, so this is, yeah, well, it actually opened. Wow, that's a start. And if I zoom in, what is this? And then I let go, and then it zooms back out. If we open our 128 by 128, or this is the one something else by something else, like, just work. All right. What is Win10 viewer? Delaberry uses our fan view, IR fan view. Not sure what that is, but I'm sure it's better than the Windows 10 photo viewer. No, it's called Photos. That's what it's called in Windows 10 now. The photo viewer, that was the old one that actually worked. The Windows 7 one. I feel like I'm watching a funky coding tutorial, but actually a stream instead. Thanks, Al. I like that. I'll take that as a compliment. IDKey man, my boss used Nano to build web apps, uses fan view. Nano? Isn't that like the legit way to build apps? When I accidentally open it, I cringe. Please don't do something dumb. Yeah, so I immediately skeptical. Good Zoom guys, I'm so triggered. Follow as form of full stack JavaScript game development. Yeah. Yes, that's all we're doing here. Not looking at pixel art toilets or anything like that. But anyway, yeah, I was just kind of talking about my little, I'm kind of screwing around with, I was screwing around with kind of doing a little nearest neighbor algorithm that this could definitely be faster, you know, but kind of cool. Yeah, what are we doing here? We're looping for the Y, we're looping for the X of our destination. We're doing a round F, we're doing floating point round, source max, just a bunch of math here. Do something there, I don't remember what that is. Get pixel index. Yeah, that's like, okay, never mind, I don't remember what that is. Then there's a pixel struct, which I named with a lowercase p, that was a mistake. Get some stuff, put it in the memory, there we go, RGB. We take the source R, the source, and then map it to the destination one. Done, pretty much that's all you need to know, is this part at the end. And then I'm working on some sort of interpolation now, but I'm really actually having trouble kind of wrapping my head around it a little bit. How exactly I'm supposed to do it with like two dimensions. I'm like trying to figure out what pixel am I supposed to pick to or interpolate between and do like, yeah, I'm having a little trouble wrapping my head around doing a little bit of smoothing, you know, for the image. Because now I want to not do the nearest neighbor. I want to do just like a look at the next pixel or the closest, look at my position relative to the pixel position of the destination image and then do a little, you know, interpolation between that. But yeah. Risey, anti-aliasing. Well, technically anti-aliasing is something different, but well, no, actually, basically, yeah, you're basically, yeah, never mind. I'm an idiot. Well, I mean, yeah, never mind. I'm not gonna. Yeah, Roivo, what's going on? Good to see you here, Roivo. Welcome back. Roivo, I'm trying to remember what that is it's like the red-haired, you're like the red-haired crazy man or something. It's what Roivo means in Portuguese. Something like that. Risey, I know I get you. Yeah. I know. Yes. Yeah, so you'd end up with nice, you know, well, nice or not nice, smoothing of stuff. Well, if you do nearest neighbor on like if you do a nearest neighbor on pixel art, that's what you want. But if you do nearest neighbor on, you know, an actual image, like that looks pretty bad because your image just looks pixelated, right? So you usually want some sort of scaling in between there. I mean, it usually looks garbage altogether, but yeep. I mean, if you're looking at like the old school like software rendered games, like Quake 1 or something, you know, when you played it in software, or even Half-Life, even original Half-Life, you could play with software rendering, which is still awesome. I love that you can do that because it's cool to just pull that up and see what it was like back in the day to play games. And like, yeah, all the textures, they didn't do any interpolation at all. So, you know, no matter what, your texture is this just chunky thing, and it looks cool. It looks cool. All right. So what are we actually working on today? Well, Roivo, yeah, you're right. I nailed it. The crazy redhead something. That's what Roivo is. Ruivo. Okay, so we've got our new finding opponent thing, which this guy's still sitting here waiting for an opponent, by the way. And we need to have some sort of what I wanted to start thinking about was the finding match thing being moving around with you, right? So again, like if I wanted to queue up for a multiplayer game, I can click this and then I go into finding opponent. If I don't want to just sit here staring at the finding opponent screen, I can click X and that'll actually cancel, so I'm not in queue anymore. Otherwise, and the server says that there, player requested match, waiting player canceled, player requested match. Whoa. I'm getting gassy here. Okay. All right. So if you click X, you go back to the main menu and you're not waiting for a match anymore, right? But I want to have the option to say, click that play button, or this, you know, it just has a P on it right now. But it'll have some sort of text that'll say something like play while you wait or whatever, or practice while you wait or whatever, you know, something like that. So it'll kick you into just a single player game while you're waiting. And I'd like this finding opponent. Well, not only do I want this, just this text, but I would like to have some sort of little animation, like some sort of little loading thing happening, right? That would be nice. That would be helpful, I think, beneficial. So it'd be nice to have that, you know, running here while you're sitting here. But then if I were to say, yeah, I want to practice while I'm waiting for a match, I could click this. And then it'd be nice to have our little finding match thing, like go down somewhere or like be small somewhere, so that you kind of still see it and you're kind of like waiting for it. So that way, like, you can kind of always still be sitting there and saying, yeah, I'm waiting for a match, I know, like, and then from that point, there'd have to be like maybe a button with that to like cancel. If, you know, you played a practice match for after a while and you were waiting for a while and you're like, I actually don't want to play, cancel. I mean, because alternatively, you could, you know, refresh the browser. That would kick you out. But I think there should be a button to actually quit. Al, I have a suggestion. Square mode when everything is the same but square. Nice. Nice. Actually, that would not be too hard to do. That really wouldn't be too hard to do, because I actually already have a rectangle object in my code, and I've got a little collision function to check, you know. So you could technically do that. Probably not too much effort. Square mode would be good for colorblind. Yeah, if you alternated, I guess, between circles and squares and triangles. I don't know how you check. I don't know how you check if a point's inside of a triangle. I need to learn my collision algorithms. Because a rectangle, I don't know how you would do it with a rectangle that's rotated. I mean, a rectangle that's aligned square on screen would be good. Yellowberry, it's actually pretty simple to check triangles. I assume so. Don't tell me though, Yellowberry. I want to figure it out myself. I do. I'm not going to do that here, but at some point, obviously, I'm going to need to be doing some rectangle. You can do AABB. Is that like an algorithm name? Yeah, okay. AABB. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, what I do for rectangles is, or what I've always been doing for rectangles, and maybe that's what AABB is like, if I'm greater than the 1x point, if I'm greater than, you know, its leftmost x value, and less than its, wait, sorry, did I say that backwards? Greater than the smallest x value and less than the greatest x value, and same thing for the y, then you're inside the rectangle. Like for a single point or whatever. Single point in 2D space. Yeah, I just haven't even sat down to think about a triangle collision with like a 2D point inside of a triangle or not, but at some point I will get to think about that. Al, I think the square would be good for colorblind mode because it actually has sides and rotation could play a big part in differentiating, but more shapes could work too. Yeah, so that is another option. Yeah, just having some sort of shapes in it. And you could have, you know, maybe a certain amount of shapes there wouldn't be the same amount of shapes on screen at once. So currently how the game works is, and how my like color generating algorithm works is it's kind of like looping around the color wheel to generate the colors, which you can kind of pick up on that as you're playing. But that way I can kind of ensure like there's a bit of randomization in the color. But for the most part, actually it's not quite as random as I'd like it to be, but for the most part, you're kind of actually looping around the color wheel to kind of ensure that there's not colors that are too close together. So that was kind of my one thing. Oops. But yeah. Anyway, so I'd like to really start thinking about how we're going to pass around I'd like to really start thinking about Five Shot 97. What's going on, Five Shot? How are you going to make this look good? That's a good question. That's a good question. Not the game per se, but the website around it. There's not really going to be a website around it. I mean, it's kind of the way... this is kind of all there is that the website's going to be. Like, there's a main menu with buttons, and there's not really anything else that I'm going to put around it. Selbork is now following. Thank you very much, Selbork. I really appreciate it. I really do. But yeah, Five Shot, there's not going to be any, if that's what you're kind of saying. Basically, I'm doing a full screen HTML canvas, and that's all there is. Like, if you resize the screen, that's pretty much it. Like, it's the canvas updates to that size on screen resize, so it's pretty much just that. So it really shouldn't feel like a website is kind of my idea. Because I don't even consider myself that much of a web developer. So, I'm not super interested in writing a bunch of whatever else to make the website work. I'd rather just stick to the JavaScript. Okay, so this part is kind of tricky. This part is unfortunately trickier than I would like. So if we go to finding opponent, technically I have an object right now that's match weight screen. So we added that yesterday. Match weight screen. And the way I'll just give, for anyone who's more interested here in the tech, the programming side of things here. So I keep my server code on the left side pane here. And I keep my client code, my browser code on the right side pane. And they're both JavaScript because I'm using Node.js for the server, just plain Node.js. And the client, just plain JS, no libraries or anything. I just have one library on the server side that is for using WebSockets because Node.js doesn't have its own native WebSocket library built in. So there is a WebSocket library. It's called WS is the name of the package. To give credit where credit is due. So I'll show you here. WS, there it is. The one dependency. It's technically I use this RAN token thing, but I'm not using it anymore, so I might just uninstall it at some point. Oh, there's the guy who made that thing. GitHub, Schroep RAN token. Man, VS Code is so smart. Look at that. Wow. Wow. VS Code. So, all right. So we created this match weight screen object, which is more or less, it's an entity in my engine, which basically an entity, not really, doesn't really compare to maybe what you'd think of an entity in other game engines. So that's kind of a bad name. But basically it means it can listen to global game events. It's got some listeners that will listen to global game events. So I have my own little event. This is kind of an event-driven engine, and I have just my own event. I have my own event emitter object. That's kind of I modeled it a little bit after the way Node.js has their event emitters, their event emitter class. I mean the syntax of kind of like adding it's got a .on function, a .off function. So the .on to set up an event listener, .off to remove an event listener. Actually, like you can see that in. So this is kind of that Node.js way of callbacks. You know, this is for the WebSocket server .on connection, and then I pass a callback. So mine's slightly a little. Mine's different than that, but I modeled it the same way. So I could have an event emitter and then a call .on it, and basically I just have one event emitter object that kind of keeps track of the entire game while it's running, right? So basically all these different components kind of say, I want to listen to this event, I want to listen to this event when it loads up, and then stuff happens through those events. That's kind of how things communicate with each other. So basically our match weight screen entity doesn't actually listen to any events, but it kind of just wraps up a couple other entities where we have the message text, a loading icon, which we haven't actually done anything with that yet, and then the practice button, which should be this thing. That's our practice button. So for our match weight screen, we've got the message text. That's this thing. And we'll have a loading icon at some point. That'll be kind of a separate entity probably. And then a practice button, which is there. And then this X button up here is handled separately. There's a separate object that kind of keeps track of that for the menu and everything. Because this thing kind of pops up in different places, basically. You'll see, this is the same thing that's in game or in whatever. So, and then obviously I've got some debug strings printing on screen now, but that's a whole separate thing too. So I'd like to have, so basically the finding opponent, what happened here? So the finding opponent thing is its own screen. And then basically when you do something, when you either click X or click the play button here, it gets rid of the screen. So it destroys the match weight screen entity. And then if you go back, it'll instantiate a new one. But we need to keep this loading, the message and the loading icon kind of together. I'd like to have those be the same. All right, and before we dive too much further into it, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. So we'll be right back. All right, we're back. Yellowberry's got me covered. Okay. Okay. Al, feel like I'm learning a lot from this stream. Oh, really? Oh, thanks, Al. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, if you got any questions about what I'm doing, ask away. I'm always happy to answer any questions anyone may have. I feel like I'm learning a lot too because I have no idea what I'm doing. All right. So the thing is, okay, so here's kind of the deal with the match weight screen. So again, this match weight screen is an entity. And entity, we extend entity for our class, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So entity has a destruct method, which basically when you call destruct on an entity, any event listeners it has, by just calling destruct, it pulls those event listeners out. So destruct, obviously, JavaScript, you don't have any sort, it's all garbage collected. You don't have any sort of memory allocation and deallocation. So I'm using destruct, which might be familiar to programmers, kind of like that in other programming languages. But all it really means is it's just going to pull the event listeners out. And I named it destruct because I'm bad at naming things. So what we're doing here when we have our destruct method is we call super destruct. That's the entity destruct. We actually don't technically need it here because this match weight screen doesn't have any event listeners that would get pulled out. But nonetheless, I'm doing it just out of safety. So then basically I'm taking advantage of this destruct to then destruct all of the kind of children entities. Because the message text, the loading icon, the practice button, those are all entities. The loading icon technically isn't anything. What I'm doing right now for the loading icon is just I have a placeholder. I just instantiate a new entity. And that way, like, all the stuff will work. Like, all these methods and stuff will work. And then when I'm ready, I can actually create something real here for the loading icon. But for right now, we've got message text, which is a text object, which is a drawable object, which is an entity. So there's like a little bit of a chain there, an inheritance chain. And then a button is kind of the same thing. A button actually technically is a button object has kind of two children drawable entities as part of it. So like a text component and a circle component. So that's what this thing is. So now I have like a button. I have my own button class here, like, so we can instantiate a new button, just pass in like a position, a size, radius, and pixels, a color, an on-click function, and like a callback, and then the text with the string we want on the button itself. So like you can just do that, and you got a button, and like the hovering animation and whatever just kind of works for all of them. So that works, I guess, whatever. So what the tricky thing. So I say so a lot. You'll notice. Oh, by the way, if anyone's interested, I do have a Discord server. It's kind of small community, but we're growing. We're growing. So it's just the server's just for me streaming and whatever stuff I'm working on. Populus has its own little section there. There's a little feedback section. I don't think anybody put anything in there, but there's a little feedback section. I kind of, whenever I push a new version live of Populus, I put a little changelog thing in there. So if anyone's interested, you can join the Discord server. Tyrannosaur's Game dev community, that's what it's called. I couldn't remember for a second there. So I'm trying to get a little better at, fostering a community, for lack of a better word. Retro MMO is obviously a huge help for that. I'm forever indebted to him. Okay. What are we working on? Well, okay, so the way I kind of have been doing things is, for the most part, when you have some sort of entity and it might have some children entities, typically what you do, so our match wait screen entity is really just like a kind of a wrapper to manage the text, kind of our text component, the button component. And then that way, when I say we need to go to a match wait screen, all I do is I have a static method to create a match wait screen. And you basically just create the match wait screen. And then that's basically it. So like in my application file, which is kind of my root top level object that kind of manages the whole game, everything kind of going in and out, navigating between different screens. If you click a button, it's the thing that kind of sets you up for a game or sets you up for this or talks, there's another component that talks to the server and actually does that, but it would trigger that part to do that, whatever. Actually, that might not technically be true. But what was I going to say about this? Oh, okay, so what is it called? What are we talking about? The match wait screen here. So basically then my application object, it just calls this one function, match wait screen.create, and then has the match wait screen. And then when I want to get, so then the match wait screen object manages all the text and the button and everything. And then when I want to get rid of the match wait screen, I just call match wait screen.destruct, and then it gets rid of everything, right? So, and then it, sets the value to null, whatever, but the property to null. But basically, yeah, so the match wait screen object itself doesn't have any special functionality other than really just serving as a wrapper for the other actual components like the text or the button, the practice button. And eventually we'll have some sort of loading icon, right? So really it's just a wrapper to manage the text and the button kind of all in one. And then that way with one method I can get rid of it, basically. So the thing that's tricky is I'd like to, if we leave, as for example, the match wait screen is like a screen. Screen doesn't really mean anything, but it's like a screen that you would go to, right? Like a page kind of. And there's no pages, there's no navigation, whatever. Everything's just on the, as far as like a typical web page would go. All of that state and routing and everything's all just managed within JavaScript in the code here. Well, in the engine, I'll say. So yeah, there's not really any web pages that there's the root web page and that's the app and you're there and there's the canvas and everything just kind of happens there. So the match wait screen is kind of treated as like this thing that's running. Like, so the application object that's kind of managing all the screens, whatever, like you're at the main menu, then you click the button to wait for a match, then it loads up the wait match thing. It instantiates a match wait screen object. And then it gets rid of it. So it's like the application is kind of treating these as like pages that it's like, oh, you click this button, so show this page kind of thing. Not really like that. Like I want to disconnect the idea of like actual web pages from this because it's really not like that. But could be comparable to that. So when you go, all right, so the thing is like, so you show the match wait screen and it's showing, and when it's there, you see it, and then you destroy it when you go away from it. Right? So you get rid of it, clear all those objects out. But the thing is, like, I kind of want to have, we need to have like I want the text, I want our like finding an opponent or like, you know, whatever icon, if we have some sort of little icon kind of showing that we're loading, it'd be cool to do that. And then have this like, so if we go away from the match weight screen, like or I guess we should say when we start practicing, because technically you click cancel, you go back to the main menu, and that's what's supposed to happen. But if you're here and then you click play match or whatever, that finding opponent thing should like slide down to the bottom of the screen or something and kind of still just be there for you to like interact with. So that's kind of the tricky thing, is like I'm trying, you know, because the way it's kind of set up is like it's this screen that I can just create one when I need it and show it and then destroy it when I don't need it, right? When we leave it. But we need to like have something kind of persist, because we want to leave the match weight screen, but we want to have like that text component kind of continue. So what I'm maybe thinking is that we want to have like maybe another method here. Let's just type some kind of pseudo-y code here. Let's actually type some code, shall we? We're doing a lot of talking, not a lot of typing. So let's just say we have a method that's like create weight widget. I don't know what to call it. I came up with the name widget just in the top of my head there, off the top of my head, because I don't know why. Create find match widget or something. How do you spell widget? Maybe that's a bad name if I can't spell it. So let's just call it create find match widget. Probably change that. But then let's say this is a method. Ooh. Actually, no, I don't think having this as a method as part of our match weight screen is maybe not a good idea. How about this? Risey widget. Got me, Risey. Thanks. I think I got it right. WIDGE widget. So the reason why I'm saying widget is because it's kind of like a little thing that would kind of be down at the bottom of the screen with like the thing and the icon, and there'd be like a little cancel button maybe, so it'd be like this own little floating thing. When you forget how to spell it, just think of the word, the world midget, and flip the M. Nice, nice. It's a good way to think about it, Al. Seems legit. Okay, so I think I got the idea of what we want to do. We need to create, so we're going to have a separate object that's going to be like match weight widget. Yeah, we're going to do it right now. I don't know if I like widget though. Match weight thing. Now, widget works because I don't know what else to call it. We'll call it match weight widget. New file. All right, so we're going to create a brand new file from scratch. We're going to call this match weight, not Matt. Who the heck is Matt? All right, widget. Widget. Midget, flip the M. There we go. Match weight widget. It's hard to say. Match weight widget. Match weight widget. Okay, so let's split this here. So as I said before, I like to keep my server code in the left pane and my client code in the right pane. Left, right. Left, right. I'm bad with lefts and rights. But in this case here, I'm going to keep my server code pane here just kind of shrunk because we don't really care about the server code right now. We're just worried about client code. So I'm going to have match weight screen code here, and then we're going to have the match weight widget code here. We're typing this file brand new from scratch. Always feels good to start a new little JS file and just kind of start typing, you know? It's a satisfying feeling. All right. The moment you realize you don't know left and right. The funny thing is my dad and I both are bad with it. So like we'll both be, I'll be like riding shotgun or something in the car, right? And we'll be driving, and I'll be like, you know, I know where we're going maybe or something, and it's like my dad's driving, he's like, "Yeah, which way do we turn?" And I'll be like, "Left." And I point to the right. And then he flips it the other way, and then, you know, he flips it back and then says, "Oh yeah, that's the right way," or something. Or no, actually, sorry, I don't point. I'll say left. I'll say turn left, which would mean, you know, turning this way, right? But then he flips it back. You know, I flipped it in my head, then he flips it back. So like I negate it, he negates it back, and then we end up going the right direction. So it kind of works out. The other left. Right, exactly. Yeah, so I say left, meaning right. And he hears left and then flips it to right in his head. So then we end up going the right direction. Basically what happens. I try to just point now. Like if I'm, which way do we go? This way, you know. Like if my wife's driving, I just, this direction. Or over here, you know, like. All right, so the match weight widget. I don't know what we need. We need to import entity for sure, because this match weight widget is going to be an entity. Import entity from entity.js. And you might be asking, why don't you just copy paste it from right here? Hey, typing is good, is fun. You should learn how to do it, not just copy paste everything. All right. Import entity from /entity.js. Okay, so I guess then let's just jump. Where's my? Okay, here we go. Let's just start the class right away. So we're going to do export default class entity. Or wait, that's not what I want. Export default class match weight widget. Extends, oh my goodness, extends entity, there we go, constructor, you need to call super, and we're gonna have a destruct probably, yeah, because this one's gonna have multiple sub entities, child entities, so we'll call super.destruct here, and then whatever our child entities are, will get destructed there as well. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We have maybe a create method, static create method. That's kind of what I do for like complicated entities that have a bunch of setup. I usually create like just a static create method. And you pass some parameters in, and then in here I can just do a bunch of like blah, 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 scratch code that really doesn't need any context, right? Because I could have a bunch of variables in here. Let PQMZ equal this 234, and then we multiply it a bunch of times by stuff to calculate pixels and everything. There's like a bunch of code in here that we don't care about, basically. We don't care about having that context anymore. I mean, yeah, you could just do some sort of function somewhere else, but I've just been doing static create methods. And then that way when I instantiate something, then I can just do, oh yeah, I need a new widget, or a new midget match weight I just said midget. A match weight widget. I need a new match weight widget. Then you can just do const match weight widget MWW equals, and we do match weight widget dot create, and we just call that, and we pass in a parameter or two, whatever we end up doing, you know, and then, you know, then I just call the static method that creates the thing, rather than having like some other. I mean, yeah, there's like a million other ways you could do it, but get off of me, you know. I'm no expert. Codico. Kappa. I like it. I don't know. Sterling, sir, code we care about. Code we don't care about. The tech debt of development. I got you. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. This is kind of what I'm thinking. I'd like to have the match weight widget be its own thing. And the match weight screen is going to hand off. The match weight screen will hand off to the match weight widget. It'll like pass off these entities. So we need like a method. This is where I was kind of going with this create find match widget thing. We need like a method to call to pass off these entities, and then when we destroy, so our match weight screen looks like this, right? Oh, the server rebooted. There we go. Okay, so our match weight screen looks like this, right? It's got 3 components: message text, practice button, and then it'll have a loading icon thing at some point. I have it in as a placeholder right now. I have a blank entity in as a placeholder, but we'll have some sort of loading icon that'll be its own separate thing, its own separate entity. And basically we want to pass the finding, or the text, like the button. If you click this button, we'll go to a match, and then we go to the game, right? But basically the finding opponent thing would be down in the corner now or something. Or maybe we do it up in this top corner. I don't know what's better. And then, so the text and then the like loading icon thing would be there. Kodako dropped a clip in there, probably me saying something awful. Widget screwing that stuff up. So sorry, maybe the midget approach was not the best. Well, no, that's not even the problem. That wasn't even, you bringing that up wasn't the problem. Kodako, hope you don't mind. No, clip whatever. Can confirm widget midget. Well, okay, so actually what you said, Al, what you brought up before about you said do a midget, say midget, and then flip the W. That wasn't the thing that got me there, because I have match weight widget, so it was just me like the ridiculous name match weight widget that flipped it around for me. Okay, so we have this finding opponent text element that I would like to pass. Well, well, actually, what about this? Maybe we don't need to pass anything right now. Because probably what I'm going to do for the first part is actually just what I think we'll do for the first part is have basically we won't have any animate. So the reason why I wanted to have the match weight screen pass off like the text to the match weight widget is because I was going to have like some animation that would be smooth and like kind of fade the text down to the bottom or something. But now that I think about it, we maybe don't even like need that, because it wouldn't be that big of a deal to just do like just recreate like this component on top here, and then, you know, have some animation or something. I don't know, like we could do a bunch of different things without actually physically passing that entity object from one thing to another. Like we could just duplicate kind of thing, whatever. My naming schemes are like match weighty. Yeah, I don't know what I was going to say about that. So, all right. Yeah, let's not worry about passing the entities between. We're going to continue with our match weight widget. But I'm not going to worry about passing these entities from one to the other. We're just going to deal with like the non-animated version, whatever, the non-elegant version to start, right? Not to be confused with match weighty. Nice. So you're, so when you, which they have the same, they're homophones, right? They sound the same, but they're different spellings, match weighty and match weighty. I'm all out of beverages. So let's not touch, we're not going to touch the match weight screen object right now. We're going to just kind of create our own new match weight widget from scratch here. So let's do, okay, so this one's going to be slightly different. We're going to have, what the components we'll have, we're going to have basically the same as the cancel button. Okay. So we're going to have kind of the same thing as the match weight screen, except instead of a practice button, we're going to have a cancel button, right? Because this little widget is going to be like up in the top part of the screen, like saying finding match, waiting for opponent or whatever. But you're going to have the ability to say, oh, I don't want to actually play online anymore, so I can click the cancel button. So that's why we're going to have like a little cancel button instead. And what we could do is, let's say we do create. We're going to have okay, so then I need to do this dot message text equals message text. This dot loading icon equals loading icon. This dot cancel button equals cancel button. And then we destruct all those things too. This dot message text dot destruct. This dot loading icon dot destruct. This dot cancel button dot destruct. Beautiful. All right, and then we got our create method now. So we're gonna do, I need to import a few things here. We're gonna import a text, we're gonna import button, we're gonna import color, we're gonna import font. We're probably gonna import all these things, so I'm just gonna copy and paste all these over. Okay, so we wanna create a new text object. That's gonna be our finding opponent text. So we'll do config dot, ooh, that's not right. Const message text equals new text object here. And actually, it's pretty much going to be the same as this. I'm going to do a different font size. And we're going to have different, the text is going to be the same, but we're going to do different position and different font size. How do I... Oh, font size, yeah, this is going to be like 30. I don't know, something smaller. Hopefully that, well, we're just hard coding a font size right now, which is obviously not good, but for right now, we just want something that's different. And actually, we're going to hard code a position too, as well. I never get confused. Nervous laughter. Match weighty for when we implement elo. Well, at least right away, there's not going to be any sort of like matchmaking thing. It's just going to be, you know, if there's somebody waiting, you play against them, whether they're way ranked higher than you or way not. But yes, we are going to be doing elo. Have you been around Sterling Stir since I said that? I've been talking about doing elo after we go live with the first multiplayer, but we will do elo. We will do rankings, and we'll probably have some sort of leaderboard thing too that you can, look at. So man, why are games hard to make? All right, so we're just going to go with the 30 pixel hard-coded size for right now. We're going to do, how big is the screen here? Was that like 20 pixels maybe there? So 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. What is this play button at? I'm going to take kind of what the play button has for a 750. Oh, it was about right. I did good pixel math in my head there. I got a keen eye for looking at pixels. All right. Okay, so 750. Yeah, let's just use 750x here. 750, and then y we can do 20. That should be fine. So that's good. We want to we want to message text.init. So we need to initialize an entity. That's what sets up. Calling .init on an entity is what actually sets up its event listeners. So that's important if we want it to actually do something. So if you don't call .init on something that draws to the screen, then it just won't draw at all. Because basically you're listening for whenever a new frame goes. That's an event. That's a game event that fires. Like, it's called draw finished. So when we're ready to start drawing a new frame, that's obviously firing every frame. So if you don't have that set up, then we never actually start drawing stuff. I mentioned it yesterday, but I was mostly making a weight joke. I'm here to just troll chat and not be lonely. Oh, I got you, Sterlingster. No worries. I don't know if you were talking about implementing ELO like from like you just, or if you had heard me say it or whatever, That was what I was kind of saying. It's like, whatever. All right, so message.init, message text.init. That should get us some text on the screen, technically. And what else do we want? We're going to want a button. The tedium of this user interface stuff. And I'm getting hungry, by the way. I'm going to have to. It's already almost noon Central Standard Time, so I didn't have much of a breakfast. So if you hear some stomach rumbles, sorry, I guess you can mute your speakers. Okay, so okay, let's just roll with, well, let's see. Okay, so really trying to think of exactly if I should kind of just keep going with this or all right, let's actually set up the new match weight widget. We're going to pass in message text, and we are going to pass in, we need to do const loading icon equals new entity. So I'm just going to do these as placeholders. Const cancel button equals new entity. You never actually instantiate a new entity. There's no reason to do that. Basically, any actual entity is always going to inherit from entity. So you would never do a base entity like this. I mean, I could, but there's not really any reason to do it. I would just create a class for something because usually it's got some specific stuff anyway that needs to happen. But I'm just doing this kind of as a placeholder thing because that way I can at least pass these into the constructor here of our match weight widget. And then the match weight widget can set those things and then destruct those things properly. My alternative would be just omit these things and then omit them from calling destruct on them here. And because otherwise this would be an error because it would be this.loadingIcon.destruct and JavaScript would throw an error and say, oh, can't call destruct.destruct on undefined, right? Because loading icon would be nothing coming in through the constructor. So instead of me like deleting these lines and then I'm going to forget to re-add these lines. So then we're going to end up with basically like an event listener leak that would, basically I would forget to destruct the loading icon when it's supposed to be destructed, and then it would be stuck there forever, and we'd have some hidden event listener leaks, and that's why I print the event listener count on screen. So that way I can say, hey, wait a minute. There's supposed to be 30 here, 30 event listeners. Why are there 32 now all of a sudden? So that is that. Now, what are we doing? Okay. Yes. So that was my explanation of why I'm just instantiating, my justification for instantiating just new entities on their own. There's no reason to do that other than just for my placeholderedness right now. So that way we don't get any errors because .destruct is actually a method on loading icon because loading icon is an entity, if that makes sense. All right, so we need to actually pass these other things here. Loading icon and cancel button. Actually need to pass those. And then we need to actually return, well, we need to call match weight. Match weight widget.init. We need to call init on that. And we need to call and we need to return match weight widget then. Okay. Great. So this is, again, our static create method that actually creates for any entities that require some more complicated setup. This isn't super complicated, but at least it kind of just is the nice place to have this function that runs, does some stuff. It's kind of a little scratch pad for, scope and everything for variables and blah, 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 blah. And then it returns an instance of a match weight widget, basically. So that's just kind of a little pattern I've been following. So it's always got a static create method that creates an entity that's got some complicated setup. So not every entity has a create method, but a static create method, but some of them do. Some of them have pretty hefty create methods. Okay, so our match weight widget should be good at this point. While I'm here, I should actually do... We should probably initialize... I guess, yeah, I should do that here too. So we do loading... Oh my goodness. Can't find the home row. Mavis Beacon. Help. Or where's Codico with the typing programmer typing race? I need help. Okay, so I'm actually going to call init on here because that way I won't forget to call init later once we actually set up a loading icon thing, once it's actually something and not just a placeholder. So let's do that same thing here for the weight match widget because basically these things are very similar. Okay, so we've got message text.init, we've got loading icon.init, and we've got cancel button.init. Okay, so that way I won't forget to actually initialize these entities later. And again, calling .init on an entity just means that its event listeners will get set up. So if you don't call .init on some sort of entity that's supposed to draw on screen, then you just won't get that thing on screen. just will never draw. It'll never update, you know, over time, whatever, any of those things. So, okay, so the match weight widget, return there, blah, blah, blah. That's good. So now we actually want to go look at the logic for actually setting this up. So there's only the specific case. So only in the specific case where we go from waiting for a match. So we go from finding opponent to then clicking this button. Do we actually want to instantiate a match weight widget? Because then from that point on, we're kind of like floating around. There's a match weight widget saying, oh, finding match or waiting for match. And then there should be like a little X cancel button. So we need to find the exact case where we would set this up. We would set the match weight widget up. So this is the thing that's maybe a little... I'm having... Okay, so... things are starting to get a little bulky here in our application object. So the application object kind of manages kind of the state of everything, right? Like, so if a certain event fires, like that says, oh, the player clicked the play button, then the application is the one that listens to that play button click event and then fires off, creates the match and then sets up the match and everything. So it's the one kind of managing all that like top level kind of state of everything, of the whole game. In terms of like navigating between screens. But it's starting to get a little crazy, and I'm starting to maybe not have some things that I'm starting to maybe do some things that aren't super explicit. So in other words, it's kind of hard to tell exactly why this thing is here. And part of that is maybe the event names could be more clear. Like I could probably maybe come up with something to maybe rename. I'd have to do maybe like I'd have to sit down, kind of look at all of our event names, events that the application kind of handles. Maybe draw some diagrams with the old pen tablet on GIMP. I'd have to sit down, kind of draw that out, and then maybe think about ways we could clean that up. So for example, I have the match countdown started event. So this can kind of come from two places. If you click the play button, so here's the first case here. So this is the main menu play button. So when you click the play button on the main menu, the event that fires is match countdown started. So Hiffelden. Dre. I'll just say Dre. What's going on, Dre? Thanks for hanging out. Why you check this .match, and inside this you check if this match.practice. Whoa, okay, hang on, I got to internalize this, what you're saying here. If this .match, why you check this .match, and inside this, if you check this .match .is practice instead of if this .match and this .match is practice, because of JavaScript, Dre. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Because JavaScript, and I could use the, what's the name of that thing? The question mark thing. I forget what it's called. I'm just not using that right now because I'm not. Well, okay. So let me explain what we're talking about here. So this is because basically, if I were to do this, let's do a new line. All right, let's do a new line. So if we had this. I'll just do it as a comment. If this .match, if I could spell match, and this .match .is practice. So match can be null. This .match can be null. So in the case of if this dot match is null, it's going to try to look at the is practice property of null. And JavaScript will throw a big error there. Dre, optional chaining. Yeah, you've got it, Dre. So you understand what I'm talking about then. Yes, so match can be null. Yellowberry, I think that's what you're saying. Nullable, yeah. So match is sometimes null. Match initializes as null there. So that's why I'm doing that. And I would do optional chaining, but I don't know. That's actually one thing I'm like, I know it's such a new feature, but I don't know if it actually should do it. So I don't care. It's fine. Just doing a little nested if. No big deal. Like, yeah, it wouldn't look as cool as all, it could look as cool as all these other ones that are just like that. Look at that. But then here's, no, we got a nested if. Yeah, that's what the question mark is called, a nullable. A nullable, gotcha. That's when you do this, right? Or I did it the backwards way. You would do it like that, right? Which would give you, yeah. So that would, right? Yes. Yeah. So I don't care. I don't care enough. You know, that's kind of the answer to all the questions about why is your code terrible. Yeah, I just don't really care. No, but seriously, like, yeah, I just haven't been using, there's a couple other things that I could use optional chaining for. Actually, there haven't, or doing something like this where I'm checking a property of something that could be null, but it's only come up actually maybe a couple of times. It came up a couple streams ago, and Retro MMO was bringing up the optional chaining thing, the nullable thing. But yeah, it's really not that big a deal. Plus, I actually might have an else here, maybe. Now. Well, actually, no, not in this. We're going to do another. Oh boy, this is going to get crazy. Yeah, in the new ES, we can just use if this dot match question mark. So match is practice. This is called nullish coalescing operator. Oh, really? Question mark? Sterlingster, huh? Learn something new, and I'll probably forget it. Sad. Yeah, I got you, Sterlingster. You can do question mark, like that. So it's doing its own little and. Wow. Nice. Yeah, it's specifically made for these cases like you have. Gotcha. All right. Okay, so I'm trying to think. Okay, so again, I've got some dumb things well, not dumb, but I'm starting to think maybe I need to kind of refactor how this whole thing is working because it's starting to get a little out of control maybe. Let me write a comment here. Let me write something to help myself. So the following ifs are for, let's do ifs, are for if a player was waiting for a match. Waiting for, I would say a server match, I guess, just for clarity there. The following ifs are for if a player was waiting for a server match, and then get rid of whatever the player was doing, then destruct any point the player was on, any point the player was at, basically. Okay. Yeah, this is getting, okay, so I am getting to a point now where this might be a little bit hefty. A little messy, a little whatever. And we'll say end ifs for server match. Okay. We'll say, I'll make that end. Okay, so we need, all right, so match count, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, match countdown started. So if, there's a little case we're going to have to do here. So if we're on the match wait screen, so this would be if the player clicked the button to play, is practice will be true. This match wait screen will be something because we're coming just from the match wait screen. So again, this is where things are starting to get a little hairy here. So we're at the match wait screen right now, right? So if I click this button, it will emit this event, match countdown started, and then this would be true. This case would be true here. If this.match wait screen, then we want to get rid of the match wait screen, so we actually get rid of this finding opponent thing, we get rid of this button, whatever, right? And then it kicks off the countdown. So the other thing, so now this is the point. If a practice started and we're at the match wait screen, this is where we want to, I got to write something down. I just thought of something. Prevent, okay. Where's my paper? What happened to my scratch paper? Oh, here it is. Player cancels, right? As in-game quit doesn't work in stats. All right, the last thing I need is prevent player from going back to match wait. Prevent player from going back to match wait. All right, I'll explain what that is in a minute, but I got to use the bathroom. But I got to write this down first. Okay. Going to the bathroom. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere unless you want to, because I really can't control your behavior. So we'll be right back. Oh, we're back. Sterling Sir got me covered there. Thanks, Sterling Sir. All right. So, okay, so, all right, so what I was saying before was I want to make sure that I prevent the player from going back to the finding opponent screen if they're already waiting for an opponent, right? So if I hit play, so we should still be waiting for an opponent, and if I were to quit the match, go back to the main menu, we should still be seeing finding opponent, right? And then it should be a little whatever, queuing, you know, still saying it's searching. And then that way, if I click the button again to queue up for a game, it would just say, oh, you're still already waiting for a match. Like the server recognizes that. Player requested match, but is already in a match or waiting for a match. So, yes. So basically then, whatever button ends up being here to say queue for match, play, you know, whatever we end up naming it, I don't want them to be able to go back to this finding opponent screen. Or if we do, maybe we figure out a way to like, I don't know. But once our widget, our finding match widget is like down here or up here or something, then I don't want, wow, this is big. I don't want people to be able to go back to it. All right. So I wrote down this thing, but I'm probably going to forget. Okay, so let me make, did I do, hang on, let me look at the Trello here. Let's look at the Trello. So the player cancels maybe which way was terminate when ping fails, but new menu for layout, figure out UI score. You gave me a screen. Player cancels. Oh, did we fix that in game? Quick button doesn't work on stat screen. Oh yeah, we did. Okay. That's the in-game quick button's not supposed to be there on the stat screen. We fixed that. All right, let's delete that. Okay, we deleted a task from the Trello. That feels good. Whoops. Yes, we got the Trello here. We're working on this waiting opponent screen thing, and we just deleted one of our to-dos from off the list here. So that feels good, right? Because there's one to-do that wasn't valid anymore. All right. Okay. All right, so what are we doing here? Following if surplus. Okay. Destruct any point the player was at. Yes. Everything there is fine. So here is where we need to actually set up. Whoops. Okay, if. Oh, wait a minute, though. Okay, if. Hang on a second here. All right, so inside of this, if we have an is practice. See, this is the thing, like, I'm a little just leery about is, like, we're just having some very specific-y kinds of state things happening, and it's just, it doesn't feel very explicit. Like, I'm kind of saying, like, well, this is, like, this thing here implies that I was just on the match wait screen. I clicked the play button, the practice button. So, like, now I'm in a practice, and that's kind of the thing where I'm at. Like, it's just not super explicit. Like, if I maybe had some, like, kind of more explicit state things happening, like, oh, this, or even just maybe some different kinds of events, like, and that's what I was kind of getting at, like, refactoring that, but I don't know. I really don't think we're at a point where we would need to do that. A lot of times I get all, like, giddy about, like, oh, it would be cool if we created this whole new system for this. And then I spend a bunch of time, like, thinking about it, and then I'm, like, battling and redoing and refactoring, and then I'm like, oh, okay. And then I get around to the point where I'm like, well, actually, maybe this wasn't so good. So that's an experience thing. I just got to kind of, you know, get better at that, at kind of understanding where I'm going with things. But, yeah. Yes. Okay, so if is practice. So at this point, whoops. In this case, I'm going to say in this case, the player would have, in this case, the player clicked, I used would have at first because I was like, that's kind of what should have happened. In this case, the player clicked the practice button from the match wait screen. and we want to set up, should I do like a multi-line comment here? That'd be too high tech. I don't think I have a single multi-line comment in this code base. I do have some JS doc in one spot, so I take that back. In this case, the multiplayer clicked the practice button from the match weight screen. And in this case, the player, blah, 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 blah. And what am I trying to say? I'm only doing the multi-line because I'm zoomed in. If I was zoomed out at the normal level or whatever I normally look at it as. This? I think it's the normal font size. I don't even know anymore. I think we zoomed an extra level in there. In this case, the player clicked the practice button from the match weight screen and should now get the widget. Widget. All right, so that also implies the fact that we're going to instantiate the widget means that the match weight widget shouldn't already exist. So this is the part that I'm a little like, if this dot match, or we're going to create a new property here called match weight widget. This dot match weight widget equals null. We're going to import match weight widget now to import match weight widget from math weight beautiful. Okay, so let me do if, okay, so we do if this dot match weight widget, if, and then let me do a little, this if shouldn't be necessary. Necessary is a weird word. Okay, so if is practice. This if shouldn't be necessary. Whoa. Excuse me. All right. All right. Okay, so if this if shouldn't be necessary, it really shouldn't be. In this case, the player clicked the practice button from the match weight screen and should now get the widget, the match weight widget. Match weight widget. All right, so we need to actually instantiate a match weight widget here. So we're going to do this dot match weight widget equals new match weight widget. Oh, no. Sorry. We got a static method there. Match weight widget dot create. And I don't think we pass any, we don't pass any parameters to create. All right, so that gives us our match weight widget and initializes the match weight widget. This if shouldn't be necessary. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it there for right now. Because the match weight widget, in other words, what I'm saying is the match weight widget, if the match weight widget is something, then we shouldn't ever be able to go back to the match weight screen. In other words, we couldn't like re-loop and go through this again, but I kind of feel like just putting this if in here, like just in case for right now. I don't know. It's not that big a deal. Right now, at least. This dot match weight widget equals match weight widget dot create, and that technically that's all we really need right now. And we should be able to test this out on screen. So if we refresh, I haven't even seen what our match weight widget's going to look like yet. I mean, it should just be the finding opponent text like up here somewhere, but I hard-coded pixel values. So as soon as I click this button, we should get our match weight widget. There we go, match weight widget, finding opponent. And then we'd have some sort of animation maybe kind of just kind of hinting to us that we're still finding an opponent. So now we need to actually get rid of the match weight widget. Actually, maybe. Okay, so if a match countdown starts, all right, yeah, see, this is where things are getting a little funky now. So if this dot match weight widget and, so this needs to be an and, is practice and not is practice. So we're not in a practice match. This is where we get rid of the match weight widget now. So then we would do this dot match weight widget dot destruct, and this dot match weight widget equals null. Oops. Set it back to null. Get rid of it. Okay, so I guess we'll say match weight widget should only go away once a server match is actually found. So we'd skip this in the case of a practice match, basically. Because the match weight widget should still remain. You do 100 practice games while you're waiting for a match, because nobody's going to play this game. So then you'd end up with something like that. Okay, so we do this, finding opponent. We click this. We got the match weight widget. There we go. All right, so there's all that stuff happening. We cancel. We're still finding an opponent, right? We play another practice match, 3, 2, 1. We're still there. We're still finding an opponent, right? So now let's actually start a real game, and our finding match widget should go away. Finding opponent widget. Finding match widget. Whatever it's called. All right, so then this guy, let's refresh just in case. We're going to click here. There we go. Finding match widget's gone now. So that is exactly what we wanted. Wow, I'm doing very well actually right now. Anyway, that was really fast, if I do say so myself. All right, so yeah, so let's just keep checking some stuff out here, see how everything's going. Everything's looking pretty good. 31. Yeah, 31 is the event listener count. We should have the baseline. Found the match. Let's cancel. Opponent quit. Finding opponent. Finding opponent. All right. So this kind of works now. So the one thing we need to add is like a cancel button. We want to make that part of our oh, here's match weight canceled. Right. Ooh, actually, this should be nice. Okay, so let's think. So we want to have event emitter.emit match weight canceled. That's what we want to do when we click on the match weight widget cancel button. So this is going to be a new, let's create a new button here actually. And then our on click, well, we need to actually destroy the match weight widget. So I guess we can do, what happens when we instantiate, what is a button? Let's look at a button object here real quick. Button. Okay. Click, on click. Where's the on click? On click params.on click. Okay, so if params.on, yeah, I guess we have to pass an on click. For sure. So we could just pass an empty on click, I guess. So we would pass an empty on click function here. I guess is probably what we want to do. And then after we call initialize, we'd want to do cancel button dot on click equals, and then we actually set up a legit function here. And then what we need to do is actually destruct. Ooh, okay, wait a minute. Oh, real Zellion. Love your game idea. Well, thank you very much, Real Zellion. If I got that name right, Real. Go with Real, if that's okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words. I really do. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, it's a simple little dumb game. Have you tried Flutter? No, I've not. It's a game? That's a game I guess you're talking about? Have not heard of it. That I know of. No, a new UI framework to build Windows, Mac OS, Android, and iOS apps uses Dart as a programming language. Oh, okay, gotcha. Nice. Yeah, I've heard of Dart. I'm not familiar really what it is, though. Dart is from something. Dart is from Google. Yeah, okay, that kind of rings a bell now. Nice. Yeah, I'm not using any frameworks with Populus here. It's yeah, basically just vanilla JS client and then Node.js server. So kind of yeah, nothing fancy as far as any frameworks or whatever is concerned. I'm new to Flutter, and your game has inspired me to make the same thing, but in Flutter just to improve myself. Nice. Yeah. It's kind of a cool. Well, honestly, like, yeah, the actual amount of time I've spent programming the gameplay for this is very small compared to the amount of time I've spent for everything else. You know, kind of. Yeah. What I'm working on right now is kind of more of a user experience UI kind of thing. And yeah, just the logic that's going on there seems to be way more complicated than the actual game itself, which isn't very much fun. I'd rather be working more on gameplay than working on navigating around menus, but it's got to be done. So Yes. So, okay. So one thing I'm thinking here now is actually I'm setting up this onClick function right here in my static create method. But actually, I think we want to pass a callback in. We'll say on cancel. That'll be the name of our cancel button callback here. And then I think that's what makes the most sense to do. Because then what we're going to do, yeah, I hope this makes sense. One thing I would suggest is to make it like a score counter. That would be fun to compete against friends. Oh yeah, so I'll give you the little demo. So what I'm working on right now, I mean, I'm working on UI stuff right now, but I'm adding multiplayer to the game. So I already have like a one-on-one kind of multiplayer. So I'll show you that working right now. Actually, wait a minute. What I'm doing here might break some stuff now. Will it? We'll find out. Oh boy. Let's see if this works now. Yeah, so basically you can queue up for a multiplayer game. So right now I just have it so you click the little O in Populus to start the multiplayer match, but then you go to this thing, finding opponent, and then another opponent could come in here, or another player can go and click the same thing, and then they get matched up together. And then basically they play the same bubbles, they pop the same bubbles kind of on their own individually. It's like you'd always be kind of racing someone head to head, popping the same bubbles basically. So if we look here, whoa, if we kind of match them up, they're always going to be ending up with the same bubbles, but they're just kind of popping them at their own pace. And I did have kind of a crazy mode for a little bit about where they would actually pop the same bubble. So if you popped the bubble on one player, it actually disappeared from the other player. I have that still kind of as an experimental thing, but we'll see. We'll see where I end up going with that. This is kind of those aim training games, which trains your aim for first-person shooters. Yeah, basically kind of like that. Yeah, this is my first game that I've really that wasn't just a little experimental kind of smaller thing. So I wanted to be able to actually make something that wasn't super complicated, and I could kind of just, work on the whole aspect of just building a game and actually getting it out there, and kind of have that sort of thing. Do you have any programming tips for a newbie? Well, the one thing I would say is I'm kind of a fan of like more data-oriented design, data-oriented programming, and I myself am trying to get more in that mindset. I'm learning C, the programming language, right now, and kind of trying to learn kind of just the core stuff. So my next game, I'd actually like to do it in C, and it won't be a browser game. It'll just be a single player only game. But the thing I would say is, and I'm kind of taking this advice from some other people that do data-oriented programming. Oh, why C and not C++? Well, I like C from the fact of it's kind of just the more basic stuff, and I'm trying to get away from so much object-oriented kind of stuff and trying to get more into more data-oriented thing. And the one thing I was going to say about like programming, I'm finding is like especially if you come from a more object-oriented mindset, the thing I would say that the tip I would give is like just try to focus on like making your thing work. Like just find that straight point A to point B thing to like, if it's drawing something on the screen, just like focus on that. Focus on just like getting that thing on screen. And then from there, you'll kind of be able to, once you have that, from there you can start to formulate, maybe some more, maybe this thing needs to be part of some system in order to be on screen or something. But like try not to like build this whole big thing first just to then get something on screen. Like just kind of focus on that little short-term thing. And then from there, you'll be able to kind of make a little more of an educated guess of what you need to do later. I understand what you mean. Very good point. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, that's not quite my own idea at all. I really like Jonathan Blow and Casey Muratori, and I'm trying to really follow kind of what they're doing, and that's kind of my inspiration for working on C too, more so than like C++. Trying not to focus so much on the whole object-oriented mindset. So, yeah. Yeah, because it's definitely easy to kind of get yourself wrapped up in, well, yeah, it's easy to get yourself wrapped up in like biting off more than you can chew when it comes to programming. Beckitty, good job. Thanks, Beckitty. Beckitty's my wife, so she always says good job every so often, just to kind of boost my morale when I'm feeling down, you know. Hang on a second here. But yeah, I myself, I don't want to talk to. How long have you been going with JavaScript? A few years, maybe 5 years, probably when I started kind of JavaScript-ish stuff. I really liked, and I'd like to. That's why I'm kind of talking about like C and stuff. Like I kind of want to get away from that. Like I don't even know how I started getting into JavaScript originally. But I kind of do some web development stuff. I do a little bit of web development. I don't really consider myself much of a web developer. I like to think of myself as more of a general kind of programmer. But I heard that TypeScript is the new thing, but I don't really know what that means. Yeah, TypeScript. So TypeScript is basically it's a superset of JavaScript. So basically all JavaScript is valid TypeScript. Kind of like C and C++ actually. Like C++ is a superset of C. So like well, for the most part, like so basically any C code is valid C++. I think in the C++ case it's kind of it's like an almost thing. But with TypeScript and JavaScript, I'm pretty sure it's like 100%. But TypeScript adds like basically static typing to JavaScript. And to me, it's like, it's not really like, well, so basically what you do is you write TypeScript, which it is its own language, and then it gets compiled to JavaScript, just raw JavaScript, because obviously a browser doesn't know what TypeScript is. A browser just knows JavaScript. So you write your stuff in TypeScript. It's really a tool for the programmer to write TypeScript. And then it's a little command line tool that you can pick up for TypeScript, TSC or whatever. You can just run the little command line on your TypeScript file, and then it'll output a JavaScript file, basically. And to me, it's like it doesn't make enough of an impact to really make a benefit in my case. Like in the sense that it adds static typing to JavaScript, like it adds static typing to like from like the development standpoint, but it's kind of like, and you kind of have it's not like with C, C++, you've got ints, you've got char, short, int, float, or, long, whatever, float, double. You got like all those different types for numbers, right? But like in JavaScript, you just have the number type. So I'm pretty sure, like when you use TypeScript, you just say, I have something that's a number, and like otherwise you got something that's a string or something that's an object. Like those are the only types that you have. I'd probably go for TypeScript because for some reason it makes me feel like I'm learning two languages, but it's all in one. Yeah, I mean, you'd probably want to like know what the difference between TypeScript and JavaScript is. Like if you just started learning TypeScript without any JavaScript experience, I mean, it depends. I don't know. Um, yeah, I really don't know what the best. I mean, it kind of depends on what you're maybe looking to do. But if you're doing web development, I mean, just having a really solid understanding of just vanilla, plain JS, whatever, up to date, then that's probably what you want. All right, hang on a sec here. Sending a message. Okay. So if you apply for a job that requires JavaScript but you know TypeScript, it should be a problem, correct? Or shouldn't be a problem. I mean, I don't want to say that necessarily for sure, but I would think that, well, okay, so like I was saying, TypeScript is all valid JavaScript, or sorry, JavaScript is all valid TypeScript. So I don't know. I think you would want to know the differences between the two for the most part. But well, take me for example. I know JavaScript pretty well for the most part. Like there's obviously some components of JavaScript that I don't really ever touch and I'm not familiar with. There's certain objects and everything built into the core whatever modern ES6 plus stuff that I really don't use. But so for me to just jump into TypeScript would actually be pretty easy. Like I could put TypeScript on a resume after just kind of screwing around with it for a week or so, maybe. I would be comfortable doing that because it's really not that crazy. And especially if you know like another static typed language, if you're somebody who's like, oh, static typing, that sounds awful, I don't know if I could do that, then maybe you'd want to practice more with kind of getting used to statically typing data. But for the most part, you shouldn't be naming a variable like myvar, and like sometimes myvar is a string and sometimes myvar is a number, like you don't want to do that. Like that's kind of just bad programming. So like even though I'm using just plain JavaScript, I'm not doing stuff like this where sometimes something's a string, sometimes it's a number, sometimes it's an object, sometimes whatever. If I have something that's an object, or if I do something where there's technically two different types, one of those types would be null. It'd be either a number or maybe it's null one time. I'm guessing a jump from JavaScript to C is not easy, right? I kind of did some C++ a long time ago, a few years ago. Actually, I think I did a little C++ before I really started getting more into JavaScript. So for me, I guess not really in my situation. If JavaScript was all you knew as far as programming goes, well, and I've done quite a bit of Visual Basic, .NET, VB.NET. That's a bad language if you want to with .NET, and I don't really like using .NET framework, but like VB, Visual Basics, all typed, I mean, there you can kind of schmooze it with like the variant type, but it's all for the most part kind of static type data, too. So I kind of had some whatever. The thing with C is like the pointers and actual memory allocation and everything. So that's the thing that was a little more a non-garbage collected language. That's the thing that was a little more like, whoa, okay, But for the most part, I really enjoy that. That part of C is kind of like the non-garbage collected stuff. I kind of like, oh, this is kind of cool. Allocating some memory and doing some stuff with it and passing it around and doing some things and then freeing it or whatever. Like that to me is kind of cool. So I think, everybody's kind of all wants to be hand-washy when it comes to C or C++ and memory management and be like, oh, I don't want to have to deal with that. But that actually is kind of cool. It's cool stuff to screw around with. Yeah, I enjoy doing things from scratch, and I feel like with C, you just feel like you're practically as scratch as you really could be, you know, without just straight up doing assembly or something. But, you know, you've got kind of that one-to-one, like I can kind of tell what my C program is going to be in assembly. So I think that stuff is pretty cool, pretty awesome. Real, I have to get going now. Good talking to you. Hey, yeah, good conversation, Real. Good luck with learning Flutter and everything. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Yeah, and have a good day. We had some good discussion there, I think. Or maybe I just like the sound of my own voice. Maybe that's what it is. Anyway, yes. So what are we doing here? What have we been even doing? Well, we were talking about passing a callback to the create method of our match weight widget. So I created this on cancel argument, and we're setting that as the call, the on click of our button. That's our cancel button. So yes, so what we want to do, I think, when we initialize, okay, so let's look at where we actually, okay, so I'm going to copy this event emitter because I know we need to do that. Match weight can't, yes, match weight canceled. Whoa. Okay. Okay, so the spot where we actually instantiate our match weight widget, we do that here. So what I think we're going to do, we're going to just have a callback that we can pass. A lambda. And we're going to emit the match weight canceled. And we're going to clean up. All right, we don't, okay, so again, what is this actually going to be? Is this going to break everything? Okay, so if we start, let's cancel this here. So I'm going to explain this from the top. So we click the red button to queue for a match, right? Click this, we go to finding opponent. Now, if I click X here, it cancels us from finding the match because that's kind of like the cancel button. So if we go back to finding an opponent, then we click the play button here, or the practice. This is supposed to be practice while you're waiting for finding an opponent, right? So at this point, what we're on here is called the match weight screen. But if we click this, okay, okay, so I should technically do this. All right, so hang on, I broke the code there. There we go. Okay, so now if we click the play button, technically our match weight screen goes away, but then what we get is the match weight widget, which is another object. That's what this thing is up here. And then what this will have is like a cancel button. So we need to be able to pass a, so while we're sitting here playing a game, we're still like, the server's still like waiting for if another player tries to join a match. And then if that's the case, then it matches you up and then starts the match right away. So like we're playing our own little practice game here. So we're practicing while we wait for an actual game, right? So from here we can quit and go back to the main menu, but the server's still waiting. We're still waiting to find a match, right? But if the player decides that they don't want to be waiting in queue for a match anymore, there should be a little X button here to like just cancel. So you click X, cancels the wait. Okay, so that's kind of the deal with that. So the thing is, we could be at any point in the thing. We could be in the middle of the countdown here. We could be at the game. But if we click X on this, we don't really want to affect the game at all. Like if I was in a practice and I still have the match weight widget here and I click X, Nothing should happen. Like my game should still be running here and everything, or I'm at the main menu. I should click X. This should just go away, and it should tell the server, "Hey, I don't want to wait for a match anymore." Right? So I think that's exactly what we want. So we just need to destruct the match wait widget. So here we're setting up our match wait widget, right? And we're going to pass this callback. So this callback is going to emit the event match wait canceled. So that's what tells, that will then, our WebSockets wrapper object will go out to the server and say, hey, player doesn't want to queue for a match anymore. And the server will go, okay. And then we'll remove them. So we basically, so this again, this is the event that fires when the player clicks the cancel button. So this callback needs to also destroy the match wait widget when you click it, when it's clicked, when it's run, when it's called, when it's invoked. How many other names can you think of for calling a function? Any more how many verbs can we come up with? So what we want to do is, I don't know if we need an if statement here. Let's not do the if. Let's just do this dot match wait widget. So now again, this is the application match wait widget. So we're gonna call destruct on the match wait widget. So we're just gonna destroy the whole thing outright. And then we're gonna set this dot match wait widget to null. And this is our applications management of the match wait widget. Okay, so now we need to actually follow through with, we should actually create the button now. So I want to create a little tiny X button, basically. So let's do, let's grab this. Let's grab that, and then we're just going to paste, but the on click is going to be this on cancel. There we go. Okay. So actually, let's do a white button. Ooh, actually, no, that's not a good idea. Let's do like a green button just for testing, right? So 100, let's do like 200, and then let's do that. And I want this to be like 7. I don't know where we actually want to have this, but I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and we'll be right back. All right, we are back. I just grabbed a few peanuts here. I'm getting a little hungry. It's 1 p.m. and I think all I had was an apple for breakfast. At probably like 8. So I'm going to crunch away on some legumes, if that's all right with everyone. So, Retro MMO always made fun of me because I always had like the crunchiest snacks ever, and that's all you heard was just this crunching. Game dev, peanut crunch, asthma. I could get some pretzels, but that would be the pretzels would be a little obnoxious. I had an apple on stream yesterday, a Honey Crisp, and believe me, very crisp. So that would have been loud. That must have been pretty loud on stream. Okay. Now we're actually setting up the button now. That's what we're doing. So we're setting up our cancel button. So we're doing a new button object. I want to do... Hang on a second here. Whoops. What in the world? Okay. All right. So let's just do, we did set a color for the button. We're just going to use a green for right now for the button. Radius of 50, that's way too big. We want a radius more of like 10 maybe. Well, a little bigger than that, I guess. We'll do 30. Or wait a minute. No, a radius of... Maybe a radius of 20. So a diameter of 40. That should be good enough size for right now. And let's do the position. We're just going to hard code a position right now. So let's do it like slightly less than... Slightly below our finding opponent text. So we're doing 750x for that. 20y. And we got a 30 tall font. So we want to do like 20, 30, 20 plus 30, 50 plus another 20, 70 plus like 5 pixels of padding, 75. Look at that math skill. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if that was really any good. Probably isn't even the thing we want. Matt Jax. What's going on, Matt Jax? Good to see you. Welcome back. Is there a scale you can base everything off of? Yes, there is. There is. So I have basically what I'm going to end up doing. Like I'm just doing hard-coded stuff for right now, just for testing, right? For quickness. But basically, I've been storing everything, basically every component. So obviously, like just a hard-coded pixel thing isn't going to really do anything. But like for scaling the main menus and the main menu like this and that sort of thing, what I actually do is I store everything as like a percentage, like a ratio kind of. And basically, like so, for example, the radius of this button. I have in a configuration file, in my config file, I have the radius of this button stored as like the percentage of the radius, what the radius should be, times the height of the screen. So then anytime the screen size changes or whatever, I just take that percentage that I have stored in my config file, multiply it by the height of the screen, that tells me the pixel value for the radius. Would that be a double in JS? Like a double floating point, double precision floating point number. There's no, basically there's just a JavaScript number. I wish there were stuff like doubles, but there's basically just a JavaScript number class, and basically it can be an integer, it could be a float, it could be anything. So there's not an explicit double in JavaScript, but, whoops. Oh, there's a lowercase pi and an uppercase pi. I didn't know that. Oops. Oh, no, that is undefined. Yeah, so it's kind of it's using some sort of parent object for all numbers. Yeah, yeah, that's basically, I think, all there really is to it. Thanks for always being so nice with my dumb questions. No dumb questions. No such thing. I'm the only one who asks dumb questions, like, what am I supposed to name this thing? No. I mean, yeah, and everybody's going to be, everybody who's, most people hanging out in the chat and everything, they're developers of some kind, and, they're coming, a lot of them end up being web developers, because I usually have JavaScript in the thing, so they usually, if they find me that way, they click there because they saw JavaScript and they know JavaScript or whatever. But obviously not everybody knows about JavaScript or whatever it does in the background, but they might, develop some other kind of software, game, or whatever. Java is so hard to sign. That's what I was going to say. Java is so hard to find. I settled for JS. Before you taught me, it was so different. Did I tell you it was so different? Was I the one, or are you picking that up? You're picking that up from the stream, I guess, that Java. Let me make sure I got this correct. You're doing. You explained. Oh, I did. I explained like the explicit difference between Java and JavaScript. Actually, I don't know. I don't really know Java, but I just know it's it's a totally separate language. How JS isn't object-oriented, if I recall. Well, JS is object-oriented because like pretty much everything's an object in JavaScript. But it's not. Yeah, it's a totally separate language. Direct something. I'm a bad. No worries. No, I shouldn't. I don't know. You should take everything I say with a grain of salt, too. I'll say that. All right, I'm eating too many peanuts here now. All right. Again, sorry for the game dev asthma peanut crunching. I think I'm good for now. I've had enough peanuts for one day. All right, so So I think we're ready to look at our cancel button now, because everything should be in place for this cancel button. So let's try. So if we queue for a match, we're finding opponent, but if I click here, we're going to create our match wait widget will be instantiated. It'll be this little thing up here. There we go. Look at that green button there. Finding opponent. All right, so that's obviously, yeah, it needs to be way lined up better and not be, it's a really tiny font. Oh, yeah, the font scales. That's right. I want to do something maybe similar to this. I don't really know. I don't really know how we're going to handle this, but basically now, you know, at any point in the game, we could be ready to find an opponent, but at any point in time, because we're waiting for an opponent, well, we should be able to quit and have cancel our finding opponent thing. So I'm going to see if this works when we click this. When I click this, this should go away. And then down here, we should, on the server, we should see that the player quit the match or whatever. There we go. Waiting player canceled. Beautiful. So now if another player tries, this one here, let's refresh. If this player tries, then they're waiting for an opponent too. Right? So here, there we go. We can do that. So like once we queue for a match, we're on the finding opponent screen. But once we do this, we are kind of waiting for whatever. Yellowberry. Hey, yo. What's going on, Yellowberry? You still here? Or did you come back? Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Yellowberry. I appreciate it. Or should I say Linus Tech Tips? Just kidding. That joke's getting old. I've been lurking, listening to the stream. Cool. Oh, so your Heyo was for this thing working now, finally? That we spent almost 3.5 hours trying to accomplish? Yeah, so this I think we've got our functionality here. Our functionality should be here, and the part I'm dreading is actually lining up the UI elements. Now just popping back in to make my presence known. Gotcha. I also just posted a rant on Twitter. Gotcha. About something programming related. VS Code renaming all your files to lowercase letters. That's my rant with VS Code. Oh yeah, you don't use VS Code. You use Sublime and classic Visual Studio. Oh man. Sorry. Message here. Message on my phone. It's vaguely program related. It's related to the inability to find a good space to work in at the moment. Like physical space, you're saying? Just because of pandemic-related shenanigans, I guess. All right. Pandemic related as well as family related. Gotcha. I feel like pandemic should drive down rent prices. Yeah, I guess it's all kind of the full economic circle, you know, that kind of. If you want to listen to Yellow Rant, here's my thread. Nice. Yeah, actually, I actually don't have a Twitter myself. Never used it. Twitter's nice for when you have those random thoughts you want to throw out into the world. GBM 58. How much budget you have allocated to your computer at Duranosaur? Well, welcome GBM 58. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. My computer's pretty expensive. My current machine right now that I'm on right here. And I kind of, yeah, it's pretty, at least at the time, it was pretty pricey. I think it was about $3,000 US dollars, and I believe that's about what it came out to at the end. And that was a year ago. Well, over a year ago now that this has been here. My graphics card. The 2080 Ti, which is now practically obsolete, and you could get the NVIDIA 3080. Well, if you can procure one. I haven't been following up with that, but there's been a lot of scalpers with those, with the new NVIDIA 3080s. But yeah, the NVIDIA 2080 Ti, that's an expensive part, for sure. Well, 2080 Ti is still pretty darn performant. Yeah, it is. It is for sure. And like, there's a great stream. There's a great stream watching their stocks. You mean somebody at different stores? Oh, okay. Huh. Nice. Nice, nice. Like a stream? Like a Twitch stream, you're saying? Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, well, my thing about computer... can run my game max settings at 1,000 FPS. Nice. You have a 2080 Ti too, Yellowberry? Yeah, I kind of do, my philosophy with computers is kind of I always like to have something that's, you know, beefier than I would probably ever need, you know, for the most part. I like to splurge a little bit on computers. It's kind of like the only real, I'm pretty cheap otherwise in real life. Aside from when it comes to computers, I like to kind of spend a little bit. Now, obviously, I could have gone way more ridiculous too. I only have a 1050. My friend has a 2080 Ti. And that's what he's report. Gotcha. Yeah. 1050. Yes, more responsible consumer. Yellowberry. I would say. Yeah. Yeah, and it's nice to get, you know, because I probably will only do, you know, I'll probably do a new computer build in, like, I don't know, at this point, it might be a while. Because actually, I right at the time that I built the computer was kind of a good time, that made sense because my CPU died in my old one, so I had to kind of come up. You know, I didn't want to totally build a new big expensive one at that point, but I kind of did anyway. And then my wife and I bought a house. So, and now we've been in the house now for a little over a year, but you know, that was kind of a little bit of a crazy financial thing there at first. And then like thinking back, it would have been like, wow, if I knew we were going to really go for the house now, I probably wouldn't have gone for the computer, or at least backed the computer off a bunch. All right, hang on. I'm gonna be back in a second here. Quick break. You guys can keep talking about PCs and specs and stuff like that, but I'll be back. Little Durana BRB here. Sorry, still here. Be right back in a moment. Oh, there we go. All right, we are back. Sorry for that excessively long break. Okay. So, um, yeah, so now our cancel button is working. Like, I think we really have we've got a widget here. It's like it's actually doing something. So the only thing we really need now is kind of like graphics and stuff to make it look good for the most part. Finding opponent. Should it say finding an opponent? I don't really know. Yellowberry, I have returned. Bothered Evan on his stream for a few moments. Nice. Yeah, they doing Among Us? Is that what's going on now? What is you mentioned your game before, Yellowberry. What's your game? And I think you said something about not doing web development, so it's you building it in an engine or from on your own. All right. So yeah, this finding the widget thing now is I think it's working great. Yeah, we just need to figure out a way how we're gonna make it look good. Yeah. Yellowberry custom engine, nice. And you're doing it in A, C, C++, something like that? Or some native, or is it a web game at all, or? It's a fast-paced arena FPS game inspired by Quake 3 Arena, an Unreal Tournament with retro-style graphics and other cool stuff. Yellowberry. Got a strong place in my heart there. I always talk about Quake and nobody knows what I'm talking about. Awesome. I love Quake 3. Seriously, Quake 3 is one of my, well, technically Quake 2, but one of the very first games I've ever played, so. Who doesn't know what Quake is? Well, you're kind of right, Sterling Stir, but I don't know. Kids these days don't know. They don't know that Call of Duty came from Quake, which came from I always mention Quake on the, well, okay, so that's actually, I mean, that's one kind of reason why Populus is kind of like an aim trainer kind of thing, because I was like, I wanted to make a game that's kind of skill-based and just kind of mouse cursor, click and spacebar press kind of stuff. What do you want? I left the door open so the kitten can get down here, and that might not have been a good idea, because now he's going to come down here and yell at me. The idea is take an arena FPS and flip it on its head. I'm going against the grain quite a bit. Nice. Well, that's cool. I like it. And custom engine and everything, that's pretty cool. So kind of maybe like Dusk kind of thing, where that's kind of like a Quake 1-ish feeling and looking game. Obviously that's not arena, or not like multi-human arena FPS, but kind of obviously the same kind of run and gun first-person shooter, I guess. Do you do any Quake Champions, Yellowberry? If you're using high-energy rhythm game music, high emphasis on community support and contribution. Nice. Can we check out your game somewhere, Yellowberry? I'm intrigued. Get a site or something, or somewhere where we can play the game, download and play. Quake Champions never really took hold, and my interest seemed like it was trying too hard to be something it wasn't. Yeah, I agree with that. I respect that take on it. For the most part, though, with Quake Champions, not to talk about Quake Champions, but I played quite a bit of it. And yeah, I think the champion side of it, like the champion thing, is kind of like, that's something that's kind of foreign as far as Quake is concerned, right? Like having some kind of like, not classes, but just different abilities, you know, for depending on the champion. But it feels like it kind of, you know, those abilities, the cool thing I think is those abilities, a lot of them incorporate all the different like movement styles from like past Quake games. Like Quake 4 had crouch sliding ability and everything. And like you can, if you're slash or Strog in Quake Champions, you got crouch sliding. And there's like the CPMA mod or whatever for Quake, and you can play like that with certain champions in Quake Champions. So it's cool that they incorporate all those different things, and it obviously adds another dimension in terms of the competitive competitive scene. I like to follow the pro league a little bit. I haven't really been following any of the Quake Champions Pro League lately, but it's pretty interesting. Oh yeah, and just because I'm adding customizable anime girls as the playable characters. Nice. Also, yeah, Harpnet Studios. There you go. Got it. Cool. Well, I will check it out. Nice. Sweet. I'm liking the screenshots so far from the website, so I'm all for it. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Is it just you, Yellowberry, working on it? Just you, solo project? It's pretty impressive, I would say. Any sort of 3D game solos, it's quite a feat. I hope to be there someday. All right, so what have we been actually working on here? Oh, stomach rumbled there. There's a Discord server if you can join if you want to keep up to date on progress. Nice. Yeah, if that's on the site, I can find that. Yeah, I'll probably hit that up for sure. Arena FPS. It's close to my heart. Close to my heart for sure. And you said you're only 20, Yellowberry? You're only 20, but you like actually know what Quake is? Kind of blows my mind. I felt like I'm kind of on the young side of knowing what Quake is. And I'm 27, almost 28, maybe, something like that. And I only knew about Quake really because my uncles had it. Quake 2 and Quake 3. Actually, yeah, probably played Quake 2 before Quake 3 even came out. That long ago. Whew. 99, I think Quake 3 was. I would have been young, but I remember playing Quake 2. And then I remember playing Quake 3 later. Yellowberry, I grew up with old computers. Doom was my first FPS game at age 12. Wow. Nice. That's pretty cool. LAN parties. Yeah, I hear you, Sterling Stir. Right. I don't miss lugging around my 20-inch CRT. Yeah. I mean, by the time I was in LAN party, so you might be, you're probably, I'm 28. You're probably older than me, Sterling Stir, then, I'd wager, because CRTs weren't really a thing by the time I would have been LAN party age, but 33? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so not too much older, but this game will have support for LAN party play. Yes, that's a good thing. Something that Quake Champions is lacking and a lot of people are upset about. But anyway, I'm going to stop talking about Quake Champions. Love it or hate it. Also, I'm working on porting my engine to literally every conceivable platform. Nice. So you're doing it in C++. Oh, you already said that. C/C++. Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking for my next game, which is going to be a 2D puzzle game, and I'm never going to get to it if I don't actually focus on Populus. I don't know how far I'm going to push Populus. That's kind of the thing. Like, I'd like to at least get the multiplayer going and then kind of see what happens. But it's going to be PC, web, console, mobile. Wow. It's pretty cool, Yellowberry. Nice. With all with crossplay as much as I can. That's cool. Yeah, I think, like I've mentioned it before, like my next game Like it to be in C. I mean, I might kind of do C, C++, but I'd like to maybe just see how much just plain C I can do and how much plain C I can get away with. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I'm learning. I'm learning C. Trying to get a little better. Trying to get better and better with it. And Handmade Hero is pretty awesome. If you're familiar, if any of you guys out there are familiar with Handmade Hero, Casey Muratori is the guy behind that. He streams. Basically, he's been built. It's been going on for 6 years, but he's been building a game 100% from scratch with C. So if anyone's interested in kind of getting started with a game in C, that seems like a pretty cool, good place to start. Yellowberry Handmade Hero is cool. Yeah, Yellowberry knows what I'm talking about. Really good teaching and really good from understanding a lot of not just C, but kind of looking at assembly, just looking at computers, looking at how to really program a computer, not so much just like the C programming language. So if you look up just a programming language tutorial or a C programming language tutorial or C++, you kind of learn the language, but that's pretty much it. You don't really dive down into like actually caring about cache misses and stuff like that. I missed your other comment here, Yellowberry. My ultimate goal is to dethrone Fortnite. It's never going to happen, but it's a good goal to aspire to. Hey, sounds pretty good to me. Who knows how long Fortnite will be up there? It's still popular, right? People still play it. All right. So our finding opponent thing is working just fine, right? So we can tell this guy's waiting for an opponent because he's got this finding opponent thing. And we might need to tweak the English there a bit and obviously the graphics, and we need to figure out how we're going to make this cancel button better. But for the most part, we're not too far off what we want. I mean, functionality, we should be here. We should be where we want to be. So like we know this player's queued, and like the server says, player requested match. So if I go to this guy, click the button, we start. We're in, right? So if one of the players quits, this guy could queue, and then if we go into a game, we're here, we're finding an opponent, and then I could click this, and then I quit, and then the server knows I quit. That's great. So I think functionality wise, everything's looking good. I might do some. Well, let's do some crazy testing and everything right now, just to let's do some more extensive testing. So let's do this. We're gonna do this. Now we're in queue, right? We're finding an opponent still. We're playing a game. Wait, what happened here? Oh, were we running a single player game? Yeah, we must have been. Okay. So Yellowberry, so massively popular that Twitch was broken for 30 minutes the last time they released an update. Really? I didn't hear about that. That's crazy. Back to lurker mode. Hey, well, thanks for lurking, Yellowberry. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out and everything. And yeah, I'm excited to dig into Carmine a little bit more. Carmine. I like what I've seen so far on the website. So that's cool. So we'll see you around, Yellowberry. Sterling, sir, did I say hi to you before when you... Because hi, IDK. Because I think you messaged way back when stuff was still kind of crazy with Retro MMO's chat and everything coming over. So hi, Sterling, sir. Just want to make sure I welcomed you to the chat. Welcome back. I've been popping in and out because I've been working. Yeah, for sure. More testing stuff today. Is that auth service working actually now? That's what was going on yesterday, right? Yeah, you couldn't even like log in to any of the stuff you're doing. Nope. Well, I guess you've got other stuff you could work on then while you're waiting for that to come back. Okay. I don't know what we want to work on next. Because I think everything's working fine. We're queued for a match. We're waiting, right? This thing just stays here no matter where we go. We're in the tutorial now for no good reason. We're in the tutorial now, and we're waiting for an opponent. And then as long as if if I do this, boom, we're in a match. So I think, one thing we should probably work on. You know what? Maybe we should say finding opponent. Opponent found. Match found. Opponent found. I should not use the word match because I use the word match in the code, but I don't think client side we don't really need to say match. Can't say too much, but basically an internal API was found out and got DDoSed, so all the engineering had to change some URLs. We had to change some Cloudflare rules for IP addresses. So there have been a lot of changes to internal tooling, kind of crazy, so it should be fixed soon. Wow. It sounds like quite the event there. Hope nothing bad happened with the DDoS. Nothing too bad, I should say. So the one thing, okay, so there's kind of a special thing that I would like to make different about the way when a match is found. Okay, 'cause for a multiplayer match. So for a single player match, like if I click the play button right now, which will put me into a single player game, I'm fine with it starting 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, and then you're in, right? That's fine because you're expecting that to happen. But I'd rather that not happen when you play so for example, we come here finding opponent, and then if we go and do something else or whatever while we're still queued up finding opponent, if you come in here and you do, if I click this, instantly both of these players will just snap to the 3, 2, 1 countdown, right? But I don't really want that to happen in the case of this. Like, so the player might be like, oh, I'm queued up for a match and I'm waiting, but I want to go here and do this. Right? I want to practice a little bit or whatever. So let's say we're in a practice match and I'm practicing, and then all of a sudden, bang, 3, 2, 1. As soon as that other player joins, it just kicks into the 3, 2, 1. So what I want is to actually have like a little bit of a buffer maybe that says match found, and then goes into the 3, 2, 1. So it at least like tells you, oh yeah, you were waiting for a match. Trash Dev, how is your match queue setup? Actually, there isn't really a queue. Right now, it's basically just, because it's just a one-on-one thing, right? So basically, a player, if you click, so if a player plays, clicks the queue button here, the find match, but I don't know what we're gonna call the real button. I just have the red O in Populus actually be a button, because technically it is, even though it's just really supposed to be a graphic thing. When I have the full live site, obviously that's not gonna, or when we have this live, that's not gonna be the case. But once we actually create a new button here or whatever that says queue for match or play one-on-one and it'll be like play one-on-one or practice or something like that. When you click that button, basically the server has just like one property called waiting player. So we've got a waiting player. So like all our players that are currently connected will be in an array, but then we'll basically have one waiting player. And this might change, but this is kind of it just needs to be this simple for right now. So the waiting player is null if there's not a player waiting. But if one player plays and says, I want to play a match, they connect. Waiting player gets set to that player. And then if another player wants to find a match, then the player, basically there's just a little if statement in here. So here's the case of finding a match that would happen from the client. So basically just does a little if check here to make sure that player's not already in a match or not waiting for a match currently, and then it would ignore that otherwise. But then basically it checks if there's a waiting player. So if the waiting player is something, then it matches them up, creates a match, and gets them started. Otherwise, then that player that was asking for the match is now going to become the waiting player, if that makes sense. So that's pretty much all there is. So I use the term, I've been saying the word queue and stuff, even though it's not really like that. It's way more basic than that. Just because it's a one-on-one kind of game, like there's not really a reason to like say, oh yeah, we need to like queue up, like we need to wait till there's like 6 players and then we can start a game or something, or then, you know. There's not really anything like that. So it's just very basic. Sterling's here. 28 hours of downtime costing millions of dollars in lost revenue. Woo. Okay. That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit there. Okay. So nice. Is Match.js what groups those players together? Yes. Yeah. So I've been keeping so for the most part, my server code is here on the left pane, and then right now I have 2 client window codes here, but window panes here. But I have a Match.js client JavaScript file and a server one too. So then the match is kind of it's not that complicated. It's a little more. Okay, there's a lot of stuff in here. When did it get this big? All right, well, it looks bigger than it really is, I think. Well, okay, so there's some duplicate code in here because I'm kind of supporting another game mode for experimental purposes. So there is some like parts that are duplicated, but yeah, basically the match is the coupling of the 2 players, and then it keeps the state of the game for both players too. Well, kind of. Partially. The players also get some state that gets attached to them, the player object. So the player objects get some state attached to them, and then the match has some state, and it keeps track of everything. And then the timer and everything is part of the match. So the match is kind of its own little self-sustaining thing as far as the server side goes. All right, I could use some more coffee, but we'll maybe get a new pot brewing in a moment here. But what I first want to look at is, what were we I'd like to look into maybe having so what I was saying before about, you know, if you queue for a match, whatever, and I guess decide to go practice while I'm still waiting for a match, like this thing's supposed to be still telling me that I'm waiting for a match, right? Waiting for a game or something. So then if another player finally connects and we play the game, then instantly this guy just snaps into the countdown, starting in 3, 2, 1. I'd rather there be like a brief pause of like, match found or something, and then it's kind of like, oh yeah, I was queued up for a game, so let's play, and then the countdown would start, 3, 2, 1. So I think that should actually be a simple thing, relatively. We just need to do we've got a couple things we'll need to tweak. So I'd like the, we're going to need 2 timing things. So in our config, match found time length. Now what is this? Match found. Oh, maybe I did that ahead of time. Maybe I did. Because we've got a countdown timer somewhere. Where's the countdown timer? Because that should be 1500 milliseconds. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Trash dev. Countdown or an accept button with a timer, just in case they're like, nah, I don't want to play anymore. I don't... Maybe trash dev. Right now, I don't think so. Right now, I'm not going to do like an accept thing. But potentially at some point we might have something like that. Yeah. Okay. For now, I think it's just going to kick you into the game right away. So here's the thing. We've got this duration, countdown timer duration, 1500 milliseconds. And actually, I think, so I already created a variable up here in our config file that was match found time length, and that's 1,000, and I don't know why. Like I think that was maybe preemptively me thinking ahead. Let's do a search. I keep typing math instead of match. I keep missing the C for some reason. Match found time length. Okay, it's in config. Oh, it's in the old. Okay, it's in the old server config. Match old. Oh, maybe that was, okay, maybe that was play area radius units. Isn't that on the client too? Oh yeah, okay, that's kind of dumb. All right, so this is old, I guess. Match found time length. Yeah, because we don't need this anymore. It's in, okay, because it's only, yeah, it shows up in the, so the way my config works, which is kind of, I think it's kind of cool. So I have a master configuration file, and that's where I can store all of my like magic numbers, right, for the game. Not all of them are there, obviously, and like in the case of the stuff we've been hard coding, these positions, we'll have to get those all squared away in this config file. But basically, I have a little, so I have like a file system. The way my server, I have like a little script to start my server. So just a little node script to actually run the actual server code, right? So just for development, when I change a file, it's got a little file system watcher set up. And then if there's a change in a file, then it just restarts the server, whether it's client or server. And then it also checks for this master config file, this master config.js file that's up on the root. It's just on the root of the project. And then basically I have like a class, and then when that, from here I've got like some cool stuff that I can do where I can say like for example match. So I have a match property on the config object. And then it lets me do stuff like I could have a property on that called server only, and then I could put some stuff in here that should just be only on the server. So then in this config.js file that's on the root of my folder, my project folder, I can kind of just specify everything we need. We can do do, you know, I could even do some functions and everything in here just to kind of make things happen, you know, or things that would otherwise be duplicated. I can kind of just do them once. And we do all of that. And then basically the same script that's rebooting the server, restarting the actual server JS file script, entry point, let's say, the main.js. That script is also watching just the config.js, the master config.js. And if it detects a change there, then it actually runs another little script. That's, I think, this build config.js, which actually opens the master config and then generates 2 individual copies of the config, where like the server only would go away, and then only these properties would then be up at this level, this match level here, for just the server. So like a config.js will get generated for the server, and a config.js will get generated for the client. And then that way I can have like certain values that are for both the server and the client. For example, this match time length, 30 seconds. So like that's just the variable that says, or the thing that says a game's supposed to last 30 seconds. So like I could go in and change that for both just in this one place, and it would update on both the client and the server. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, because originally I was maintaining the 2 individual files, like a config file for the server and a config file for the client individually, and it was just a bunch of work to, you know, if I like wanted to make some bigger change, I'd have to like change it in both places and try to remember like what I was doing and all of that. And it's, you know, it's nicer just to have one file, one thing, and everything's kind of in sync. And then, so then, for example, if we open the config file that's on the server itself, like I'll just open that over here, or the actual generated server config file, then like at the top line here, I just have a comment, server config generated by buildconfig.js on 12/15, you know, it just prints the date, whatever, time, local time. And then, and then we can see here, like there's config.match, config, match, and then match found time length, for example, is now up at this top level of match, the level right under match. Whereas in the master file here, it was this dot match. You know, there's shared bubble mode, but then match found time length is only is kind of flagged as server only, basically. So yeah, that's kind of how that works. It's kind of nice because I can just change some couple values and then it updates in every place that it needs to. Anyway, so I think I just got rid of a property that I'm pretty sure we don't need anymore. Oh no, this is it. We want to get rid of it, so I can just comment it out. The config will rebuild. For whatever reason, it logs config rebuilt 3 times. I don't know what that is. I haven't really looked into it too much. Something with the Node.js file system watcher. Whatever. Okay, so let's just make sure everything's okay. Actually, no, we know everything's okay. We know everything's okay. So yeah, let's get rid of this altogether. And what else? Okay, so we got rid of that, and now we need to have like a, so our countdown timer, it's kind of dumb that, well, maybe it's not that dumb that we have that. Basically, we need like a, let's do a little search here for config.countdowntimer.duration. Okay, so we're using that in the 2 places for the timer, countdown timer object on the client and for the server. That's nice. We only use it in 2 places. So I want to have 2 durations here. So like for a practice match, Ooh, actually, yeah. So what we would do is practice. We'd have maybe practice duration, and that would be on the client only. Oh no. Hang on. This is the opposite. We do practice duration would be 1500. I guess, well, let's do this. Let's do const practice duration equals 1500. Or we'll say practice countdown duration. $1,500 milliseconds. And then I don't really necessarily need to do it this. Whoops. Can I read property command? Buffer sizes of undefined. All right, something's breaking. Oh. Oh yeah. Here we go. Okay, so we need to do. So duration is going to be the practice countdown duration plus something. So I guess let's do this. This. Oops. There we go. Everything's fine now. Practice countdown duration. Practice countdown duration is 1500. So we want the 1500. That's going to be the 3, 2, 1 thing, right? But hang on. I need to think about this better, and I need to use the bathroom quick. So, and I think I'm going to make a new pot of coffee here. So we'll be right back. Just a second here. Duran and BRB. Duran and Burb. There we go. We'll see you guys in a minute here. All right, we're back. Okay. Get a new pot of coffee going, so that's good. Yellowberry, well, that was strange. I just manifested $10 from a bank account that doesn't exist anymore. Nice. Gotta love that interest. Although, yeah, if it doesn't exist anymore, I don't know how you could get interest. All right, so I guess, okay, so let's maybe split this into two things here. Countdown timer, maybe total duration. I'm trying to think of how to like explain this the best so I don't confuse myself. It's all very strange, but I'm grateful for my lunch regardless. Yeah. Yeah, you get yourself a good lunch too with the $10. Well, I guess it depends on where you are. I live in Wisconsin, but I was in Chicago area a month ago, 2 months ago, something like that. I got a McDonald's coffee. Like a McDonald's coffee around where I am, probably like $1, usually like $1. Like that's kind of the thing, the dollar coffee. And then in Chicago area, it was like $1.70. So if you're near a city, I guess your food stuff could be pricey. Plus, ridiculous sales tax, like 10% sales tax or something outrageous. I just got a little Caesar's pizza for $5, saving the rest for later. There you go, nice. You can get yourself another Little Caesars later than that. Later after that. Nice. Cries and 10% sales tax. Is that what you have, Sterling Stir, all the time? Wherever you were at? It was either 10 or 9. Small McD coffee here is $2.10. What? A small? I was talking about a large. I was talking about a large before being $1.70. It's like 9. So where are you guys? If you guys are, where are you guys location wise? You guys are in the U.S., I assume, right? You're both talking U.S. AZ, Utah. What? Phoenix. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. Wow. And you're not near like a city area, Yellowberry? You're not near the Great Salt Lake to be getting a price like that? That's crazy. A $2.10 for a small. That doesn't compute. That hurts. Smaller city, but it's not uncommon to see a price like that here. Wow. I feel for you. For a small, because I was complaining about the large being $1.70 down in the Chicago area, but I was just in like a burb too. I didn't even go downtown. I know downtown's probably even crazier, but I mean, we get cheap, amazing tacos from all the mom and pop Mexican joints. Yeah, for sure. At least all size sodas are still $1 over here. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just weird that the coffee would be. Well, okay. So I guess if the sodas are that size too, then it's probably not just like a location thing, or like a inflation by location thing. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm pretty sure Chicago, it's more expensive because they've just got ridiculous sales tax. So probably everything else is just kind of bumped up a bunch. Just KC, Delaware with no tax. That's pretty awesome. Actually, Are there any other states with no sales tax? It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, though. All right, so I'm trying to think of how to best. We need a notepad. That's what we need. We need a little diagram, a notepad diagram, I like to call it, where we just kind of punch in something we're trying to explain here. About to ride my bike to Delaware. You're talking like a motorcycle, Yellowberry? I don't know if you're just trolling around here or if you're talking about actually like taking a cross-country trip, Utah to Delaware. That'd be pretty cool. Now I'm curious and I have to look up how much McD coffee is here because I don't drink coffee. Oh, well. Then you don't need to worry, Sterling Stir. You don't need to worry about the price of coffee, you know? That's a nice thing to not have to worry about. At the grocery store, I'm always looking like, okay, what's a can of, you know, looking at the unit, you know, the price per ounce, you know, at the grocery store. Messing around, I'm too poor for a motorcycle. Ah, you never know. I don't know. Again, I'm in Wisconsin, so everybody's got a Harley because, you know, Wisconsin, and everybody's motorcycling everywhere, so yeah. Just a plain old mountain bike. Nice. Nice. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with a little mountain bike. 21 speed, whatever. Okay, so we're trying to figure out. So we've got our 1500 millisecond timer. And that's the 3, 2, 1. So basically 500 milliseconds per 3, 500 milliseconds per 2, 500 milliseconds per 1, and then the game starts, right? That was kind of my thought process on that. And we want that for just the practice. So we want just a practice match to be 1500 milliseconds only, right? And the server doesn't need to know about that, right? So in other words, the client needs to have something that says, or we'll label this as countdown times. Gets me from point A to point B. That's all I need. Hey, I got you. I understand. Actually, I haven't ridden a bike in like, I mean, I've been on a bike, but I haven't owned. Technically, I guess I own a bike, but it's kind of a bike my wife bought, but she doesn't really use it either, so it's kind of in our garage. But technically, I mean, I have not ridden a bike. I used to skateboard back kind of in middle school, high school. So I had a bike kind of back in late grade school, middle school. But then after that, I never got a new bike or anything, you know, never had, you know, whatever. So I pretty much have not really ridden a bike in like 14 years, maybe. Like, yes, I have been on a bicycle. It's just crazy that, yeah, and it feels weird to ride one. I did ride one a couple years ago, and it was like, oh, just not used to this. The seats are so uncomfortable. I can't do it. My bike is my primary transportation. Well, hey, no, that works. You save on gas money, Yellowberry, that's for sure. But since pandemic, my car hasn't even moved. My wife has. My wife's car goes places when she goes to work and stuff. But I've been remote, working from home. I haven't left the house in 6 months. Okay, they don't list the price online. I'm not installing the app. we don't. It's too many apps. Too many apps these days. Okay, so we need a practice time. We got a practice time of 1500 milliseconds. But for the competitive match, for the non-practice, I'll just say, for lack of a better word right now, it needs to be something plus 1500 milliseconds. So because we still want to have like our 3, 2, 1 countdown at the end, but we want to say like match found. And then like it'll transfer to get ready and then do the 3, 2, 1. So I kind of want like two different things here for that. But then the server is just going to care about, the server doesn't care about just this 1500 milliseconds on its own. The server cares about whatever the something milliseconds is supposed to be, plus the 1500 milliseconds. My wife's car is now dead because we haven't driven. Right. That's pretty much my car. Yellowberry, unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to bid you gentlemen farewell. My battery is dying and I forgot my charger at home. I need to conserve on battery power, and Twitch eats through it very quickly. Hey, no worries, Yellowberry. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for everything. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the... Yeah, I'll check out the Carmine. I will check that out for sure later. But yeah, have a good one, Yellowberry. We'll see you around. Sterling, sure, this year I've only put 2K miles on my car. That was every day, 30 miles to work, and then trip in early March at 500 miles. That's pretty sweet. That's pretty awesome. Because what? The average is like 10K a year, 10K miles a year, something like that. I was pretty much doing that myself, and yeah, like. I'm pretty much the same exact thing as you, Sterlingster. Oh yeah. 10 to 12K, right? A thousand a month is kind of like an average when I looked it up. I remember. So, and I was doing about that myself. Yeah, actually, that sounds very similar to me. I was maybe about almost 40 miles actually, maybe per day for work. Wait, was I really? Because we moved closer. We moved about a year ago. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, in one trip. Yeah, basically, I think we did one bigger trip with my car too. One or two. So yeah, it's only been a couple hundred miles since March. For myself as well, but yeah. Yeah, and then the insurance companies are just loving you, you know. Since nobody's driving, here's $500 or whatever. Whatever they got. I don't remember something like that. Nah, maybe it wasn't $500. Maybe it was. I don't know. All right. Okay, so the non-practice yeah, I want to see how are we really supposed to, I guess, do we want to just say practice duration? Kind of like, maybe we do want to do this, kind of like we are. Practice duration, maybe let's just make it, well, practice countdown duration. Maybe let's get rid of the countdown. It's technically we should have it, but let's just get rid of it. All right, so only the client needs to know. So we'll have duration and practice duration. Maybe I think this will work. So the duration, well, no, but we kind of want to have that 1500 milliseconds. This really shouldn't be that hard. So we want to have, okay, so we've got practice, which is going to be 1500 milliseconds, but we shouldn't call it practice. We should call it like Maybe we should just straight up go match found duration and countdown duration. And like, yeah, it would be kind of annoying because this would technically be countdown timer dot match found duration. And this would be countdown timer dot countdown duration, but whatever. Hey, what is this? What? Notepad. Sorry, we should make this a little bigger here. Okay. So we want to have, yeah, I guess we might as well keep these two things. So like server side, we would just do like the sum. Maybe we just do server. Yeah, okay, so we would call this count, let's call this countdown duration. And well, so we do that, 1500. And then we do countdown duration. Countdown duration could be under client only. And then maybe we could just call this countdown timer dot match found duration, maybe. Match found duration. Or maybe, okay, so then what about const total or match found duration? Match found duration would equal, maybe we do another, maybe we do 1,000 milliseconds for that. So then for the server, this needs to be both. It needs to be those summed up. The server doesn't care about them individually. The countdown duration plus the match found duration. Match found duration. Maybe this could be, maybe we do this as server only. So the server just gets the countdown timer duration as countdown duration plus match found duration. And then maybe client only gets countdown duration and match found duration. Oh, no, because the, oh, yeah, actually, this is fine. And it would do, so in the case of a competitive match, it would do both of these summed as the total time. And in the case of the, practice only match on the client, it would just use the countdown duration. Used individually for practice. Yeah, this is getting kind of, this is kind of annoying. But then the server would always just be concerned about the countdown time for the, and the server doesn't care about the difference between these. The server just needs like a full time. So here we'd have like 2.5 seconds, 2,500 milliseconds that the server would care about. But then the client needs to pick. Like if it's a practice match, it's just going to use the countdown duration. And then if it's the server, if it's an online competitive match, then it's going to use both of these. All right, I'm going to go grab some coffee quick. So 2 seconds. We'll be right back here. Whoa, now we're back. Okay. Forgot I was muted there. All right, so this is a little, this is a little annoying dealing with this, but I think we've got it now. So, okay, so the server is good already because we use countdown timer.duration. Okay, so we don't even need to change anything on the server now. The client, we just need to we need to look. So I'm gonna get this out of here. We're gonna go to application. Oh, okay. How about this? We're gonna go to the countdown timer. Our countdown timer object here, class, whatever. And we're gonna do, I think this is where we actually set up the timer object. And the duration is countdown timer.duration, which doesn't exist just on the client anymore. Now it's countdown duration and match found duration. So what we're gonna do is config.countdown timer.duration plus, this needs to be countdown duration plus config.countdown timer.match found duration. Okay. So now if we go to the clients, we should be good. In this case, we're not, if I do play, we're at 2,500 milliseconds. So now the countdown's way slower, which is fine. And the server, it should be the same thing. Yes, beautiful. Okay. I'm just going to wait for this to expire. Time's up. And the time, oh, I was supposed to be paying attention to when the timer hit because I wanted to make sure we were in the right. Let's do it again. Okay. We're going to let it go. And I need to keep an eye on it right when the time's about to expire. I just want to make sure the timers and everything are matching up just fine. All right. That is some piping hot decaf coffee. It's good. It's good. All right. So waiting for that to blah, 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 to run out of time here. Come on. Come on. And boom. Okay. That looked perfect. So that's what we want. Now on the client, we just need to specify. So basically, maybe we pass in a, maybe we do, I'm trying to think. We want it to say match found. We want it to say match found, but how are we going to do that exactly? Every time you say match found, I only hear the Overwatch lady voice. I've never played Overwatch, but match found, I guess that's what happens comes up in Overwatch when you're trying to find a game. Nice. All right. All right. So trying to think about how we want to actually manage this individually. Because right now, finding an opponent, and then we kick into starting in 3, 2, 1, but it would be nice to just say, well, okay, maybe we could just do, maybe this is what we could do. We could just kind of keep it simple inside of the countdown timer class here. And we should maybe rename this to not be countdown timer, but maybe like preparing match screen or something. I don't know. But maybe we could have a Boolean here. A Boolean. I said it weird the first. I don't know what I said the first time. Maybe we have like a is practice Boolean. And then if it is a practice, then we just do everything we're doing now. We would just do is practice. Then this. Else. Or wait. How do we do ternary operator? Should probably know how to do that, huh? So if we're in a practice, just do the countdown right away. Otherwise, we're doing this full time here. But we want to switch. How do we want to do this? All right, so what is our count? Our countdown timer takes a message text, a count text, and a timer. But we need to like have an initial timer. Let's do this. Let's do, I think we can do it all in here. We can do is practice, and then maybe we can have the timer reset itself. So first, okay, so if we're not in a practice, maybe we can do a const, const on tick is going to be this. So we do this. Dir. Yeah. So let's do this. So we're doing a, oh boy, we're missing, yeah. Okay, missing a thing there. Closing brace. Okay, so we do that. We do on tick is on tick. On elapsed equals that. But maybe what we could do is, so this would be if is practice. So this would be if we're in a practice, then we do this. And then we don't need to do this check if we're in a practice here. We just do that. And then this other part would be for later. else. Whoops, not a P. No P there. And then I'm going to use this in a minute here. Okay, so if we're in a practice, this is hard to okay, this is crazy to think here. If we're in a practice, we should be good here with this. We got the duration set up. Everything's fine. If we're not in a practice, we need to do like we need to do kind of a two-part thing here. We need to do an initial timer. So we would do let timer then timer equals new timer. And then we do max dir of, well, I guess the first time we do this, max dir.config.countdown timer.match found duration. And then we don't specify an on tick. We have an on elapsed that's going to be a callback that we're going to, or a lambda that we're going to spin up right here. So we have on elapsed, and we're going to do timer dot set ooh, no, okay, we need to do it like this, I think. We need to do we'll do this is what I want to do. I think I'm screwing with the closures here. Okay, so we do const timer equals new timer. Yeah. And then we'll do, and that's fine. We're just doing the duration. That's all we're going to pass. And then we're going to do timer dot set on elapsed. And then we're specifying our new on elapsed after the first. So it's going to expire. So message text. Ooh. I never put these in our config file here. Let's do this right now. So we're going to do ooh, okay, count text. All right, I think we got this here. I think we got this. Oh boy. Okay, we can't. Okay, we need to do let timer. And then here, instead of that, we're going to do timer. Yes, okay. Okay. All right. All right, this is crazy. It's not really that crazy, but I may be kind of hacking things a little bit. But this should be good. Okay, so I'm kind of making this timer split into 2 chunks because we want to have like match found for on screen for like a second or something. And then we want to have it cut to the countdown timer. Get ready, or starting in 3, 2, 1. So we want to have those 2 chunks. So I'm kind of splitting the 2 chunks into like one thing, kind of. So I don't have to create like 2 other objects to kind of manage both of those things, like having the match found be one thing and then having the starting in be the other thing. So instead of those being like individual things, whatever I was saying there. Okay, so we want to have message, text. Let's just do this down at the bottom, I guess. So we'll have message, text, message, text, starting in. It's going to equal starting in, like that. And we're going to have message, text, match found. We'll do that there, and then, or opponent found. And then, okay, so this text should be config countdown timer dot match text starting in. So we'll initialize to that. And this is this is for just a practice, but otherwise, okay, so now I got to get my mind back into what we're doing here. Preston, what's going on? Good to see you. Hey, did you optimize the networking like you wanted? Yes, we pretty much got all that stuff squared away for right now. Yeah. So we got like data usage just way down, just the amount of bandwidth way down, which is kind of the main goal. Because I don't want to have, people playing this game, don't want to have, kind of high bandwidth costs, etc. So, yes, we pretty much got that all taken care of as much as we should need it. All right. So we've got our set on elapsed callback here now. So this is going to be pretty tricky. Basically, we have the timer running once, and then this should show, actually this needs to show the message text. So we need to change our message text.text to this other message here. So in this point, if we're in the else here, we need to go, we'll do that before we even do the timer. We'll get to message text.text equals config.countdown timer.message text opponent found. So we set the text to saying opponent found or whatever. Then that is on screen for a certain amount of time. Then once that happens, we're going to reset our timer. So we're going to do timer. We're going to call set on elapsed. We're going to call timer.reset. Actually, do I need to call reset on a timer object anymore? Preston, how do you deal with JS scope? Because it's kind of no. It's actually, well, I don't know how much you know about it, Preston, but it kind of got better with ES6. Because before it was just, there was just var for declaring variables. And like that would always push the variable up to the nearest function scope. But now there's 2 new keywords for declaring variables. There's let and then there's const. So like now these actually scope to the nearest block, kind of more like a real programming language would do it. A real programming language would do it. So, if I did function blah And then we did, you know, we had a for, or let's just say an if something. Then, you know, we had that, and then there would be, if you did var a equals 3 or something, technically var would get, or a would get hoisted up to this function, so it would be inside of this function scope. It wouldn't be in our if scope. But now without var, you could do let, and then now you're fine. Let, now a is only going to be inside of this if block, if that makes sense. Const you only use if the value is not changing to. It restricts the value from being reassigned. Yeah, so basically I use const all the time because most of the time you actually don't even need. In JavaScript, I use const all the time. It's not like a C const where you actually have, you know, fixed data in memory. It just means it's not gonna, it's immutable, I guess, is that what you would say, I think. Yeah, so, which I use like 100% of the time. I'm using a let here, which is like kind of rare actually, because I need to like reassign it in this if statement or in this if statement. So like that's kind of why. Otherwise, normally I would have done a const. But otherwise, everything else I do is always const. Const. I use let like, I've used let like 5 times in this project. If that makes sense, Preston, if what I said even makes any sense. But yeah, I just follow that thing of always use const and then get the error later that, oh, I tried to reassign a constant, and then go, okay, yeah, now I need to change that to let, or now I need to, or I didn't want to that's one of the things, like, so JavaScript's awful at telling you when something's wrong. Because it just doesn't know when something's wrong, right? Because it lets you do whatever you want, which is bad. And then, but the const thing is like kind of the one nice thing, because I might do const a equals an array, and then I do something, and I'm like, oh, I need to reset that array, so let's reset it. You know, because if you do a const array, you can still put data into the array. I could still do like a dot push something into my array or whatever. I just can't reassign a to something else. So I can't, in this case, I'm reassigning it to a new array because, you know, I might say, oh, I just want to clear the array out by doing this because JavaScript lets you do weird things like that. And then I would get an error. Oh, you can't reassign A. So I'd say, oh, well, maybe I should change this to let, or maybe I should do something else instead. But yeah, basically, but then that's like one of those things where, hey, actually JavaScript catches you on something. Because I tried to reassign a const. Wow, it actually knew I did something wrong. That's a first. Anyway. Okay, so yeah, so long and short of it, the scope got better. The scoping variables got better with not using var anymore. Basically, there's no reason to use var for declaring variables. You should always be using let or const, pretty much, and you should be using const all the time, and only let if you absolutely need it, basically. But then, yeah, then that at least treats those things a little more like a real programming language would, where you've got a variable scoped to a block instead of scope to a function. Yeah, because there was the whole thing with like variable hoisting or whatever, and that was, I guess, that was the fact of like you declare something later in a function, but technically it gets hoisted up to the scope of that function. So there's like this whole mess of like whatever, and it's stupid because JavaScript's dumb. And then, yeah, let and const kind of help with that. Well, they do help with that. I think they get rid of that problem altogether. If I'm understanding that variable hoisting is exactly what I said it was. Anyway. Okay, so... All right, so actually I want to see if I need to call this timer.reset here, because I think I might actually call reset timer. On elapse. Okay, so if on elapse is not supposed to repeat on elapse, then it does a reset for you. If not repeat on elapse. Oh. It pauses. Okay, no, but we need to do the reset. We do need to call reset. Timer.reset. Whoops. And we need to do timer.set. Let's look at timer quick here again. Int set on elapsed. I guess I can just. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Actually, I can just change this. On tick, not tick. There's tick and on tick. That's, again, bad naming, but whatever. On tick. And we don't need to, I think we can just change that. Yeah, okay. So I can then okay, so we do our normal timer where nothing happens. Then when that timer elapses, we reset the timer. We reset the timer. We reset the timer. We set the tick. We set timer.onTick equal to onTick. Or we call reset timer.reset, and it pauses, so we need to resume, I think. Call timer reset, timer resume. We set the on tick. We call timer.set on elapsed, and then we pass in on elapsed. What else do we need? Oh, we changed the duration. Okay, so we set the duration. We do timer. Let's do that up here first. Let's do it here. Timer.maxDir equals. Yeah, oh, hang on. Can I even do this? Reset will reset curdir to 0. Okay, so we're calling reset, then resume. It should pause itself when it elapses. Then we reset curdir, and then maxdir. Where does maxdir get used? Okay, so yes, we can change maxdir then, just like that. So we change the duration of our timer, basically, is what I'm saying. So we can do config dot countdown timer dot countdown duration. There we go. So we set up the timer once, then we basically, when that timer elapses, we're taking advantage of the callback that we can fire when the timer elapses, and then we're resetting the timer itself, and then kind of reconfiguring some things here, and then going again, if that makes sense. All right, so now we can set message text to equals this one here. This text here. And then, okay, so there's something else we need. Oh, then we initialize count text. Yes, then we initialize count text there. Yes. Yes. Okay. I think this is it. Oh, wait a minute. Or no. This is, okay, no, we don't do the plot. Yeah. Let me just make some comments to make it kind of more clear. Set timer to show match found or opponent found. Now reset timer and show countdown. show 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Before finally calling on elapsed argument. Okay. All right, we're going to see if this works. Sterling Stewart, I do not freaking understand the Lambda functions. Oh, you mean what I'm doing here? All this junk? Or just in general, you're saying? Because what I'm doing, I agree what I'm doing is somewhat a little crazy. Just in general. Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, you don't really need them. There's certain things. It's kind of a style thing for the most part. Like, you don't need to use them. All right, I didn't pay attention to what was going on there. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to use lambdas. I mean, like, it just kind of, like, I remember that before I started probably abusing them, before I started, probably what I'm doing now would be abuse. Not really, but it's maybe stretching things a little crazier than they should be. I'm letting it maybe be a little bit of a bad system at this point. The way no, actually, what I'm doing is kind of making sense, I think. But it's really nice. I would say, like, I mean, the thing I end up using them mostly for would be just like an on click for a button, right? I mean, like, you've got a button and you want to execute some code when the button gets clicked, right? So I mean, that's kind of like the simplest thing, and I can, and with closures, you can wrap all sorts of variables into it, and I'm not saying you need to change your code or anything. I just need to sit down and just read the docs. Yeah, I got you for sure. But I mean, what I'm doing here with like this kind of crazy stuff, it's somewhat crazy. I'm doing kind of like this little nested thing where I'm having, so what I'm kind of doing is like passing in a function. So like when my timer expires, here's the function that I want to run when the timer expires after a certain amount of time. And then what I'm also doing is I'm then resetting the timer back to 0, and I'm changing the time, the duration that I want the timer to run now. And then I'm using another function, another callback that comes in that I want to run later. So it's like I'm kind of, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. But at the end of the day, what I'm doing is kind of like what I'm doing here is really just what you do, like having a function that's an on click for a button, right? Like, it's just a function code you want to run later when something happens. And with closures, you can wrap variables in it and do whatever you need, which kind of makes that nice. The example I like, maybe if this helps, the example I like, Sterlingster, if I'm being annoying by explaining things, just let me know, is I like the idea of creating a function that creates a function, where maybe you have a function called create adder or something. Like, I know that's a weird name, but maybe you want to just create a function that adds, like, this is kind of a stupid example. Whoops. Num. So maybe you want to have a function that's going to return a function, and that function that's returned, also for example, let's say this here. So we've got a function called createAdder. We can pass it a number, right? Just an integer. And then we're going to return a function. And I'm using an arrow function here, but you could just end up doing this again. You know, you could just do function this. And the function I want to return is going to be, it's a new function, right? And then it's going to be a function that returns function that returns a new number. And it's going to return this num plus a new number. I might not be explaining this in the best way. Or maybe let's use A and B instead. So let's do, whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. B. There we go. So we have got a function called createAdder, and we pass an A in, and that's a number. And then basically, createAdder is going to return a function that will let you pass anything you want to that new function that's returned. And then it's going to take A and B here, the B that you pass when you call this function, then add them together and return that. So then what I could do is I could have a variable here called const add 5. And then we could set that to createAdder, and we could say 5. We could pass a 5 in there. Now add 5 is going to be a function here that basically A is the 5 when I pass to createAdder. So now A would basically get substituted with closures as a 5 here. So then when I call add 5 in this case, which is going to be this function here, I can then pass something in, and then it'll be 5 plus B. So whatever I add in here, if I put a 7, and stupid Quokka.js, I have to do console.log add 5. And then we pass a 7 in here. And it's going to be 12. So we created this add 5, you know, and then we could extend this to whatever we want. We could have add 10 or something. And then we could do, you know, instead of createAdder, so we got our little function that creates our function, add 10. And then now we could do console.log add 10. And then we could pass in an 8, you know, and then we get 18. And that's, you know, maybe that's not a super nice. I have encountered one thing where this kind of thing was useful. A function that creates a function. But maybe that's a little crazy. For like efficiency purposes, I've used something like this before. So the first thing you pass in gets set to B. It gets set to A. So pretend that when this actually runs, so when I call createAdder 5, basically A is 5, right? When I call createAdder 5. And then you kind of have to pretend that A, like the function that gets returned here, is going to be like, pretend it's got like a hard-coded 5 here then. So then now I have this function that I can then call here. So when I call add 5, I pass 7. So the B is now 7. So B is 7, and then this is like a hard-coded 5 almost. It's not hard-coded. It's however the way closures work, the value of A is preserved that we pass originally. So then we're calling add 5, which is 7, so B is 7. And then this A is basically like a 5. And then B is 7, so 5 plus 7, 12. If that kind of makes sense there. There's definitely a better way to explain it. But closures is the thing that makes kind of the lambdas a little more compelling maybe. And the closures is this thing where I can like basically I can like declare a function here. And it's the outer, anything declared in an outer scope from this function is going to be kind of like preserved here. It's really the same. What's happening here is really the same thing as if I were to just go like down here and do const, like some top level variable name equals Jared. And if I were to have some function, the idea of closures is log something, log name. And this function has access to the name scope, right? So I could do console log name. Ignore that Quokka decides to get rid of that. Cross, or VS Code decides to cross that out. I mean, not Quokka. So now if I call log name, you get Jared. Because like at the time I declared this function, the log name had access to this name variable. Actually, it's well, okay, so that's not quite the same thing, but this is similar. Actually, what I think I just showed you right now is not actually closures. Carl Werner. What's going on, Carl Werner? Thanks for hanging out. Maybe it could be nice to log create adder 5 function also. You mean do oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You're saying print the output. Yeah, so if I do this, if I do console log create adder, we'll do a different number. Whoops. We'll do 3 or something. It's going to return a lambda. So that's what that is showing there, basically. If we were to take this up to like a Chrome console, let's do that instead, because then we could actually kind of make something more. Quokka is kind of stupid. Quokka.js is what I'm using to do this like auto printing thing. But it's kind of annoying. So if we were to dump this into here, yeah, okay, so here, basically, line 10, what we got right here, that's this console log where we console log to create adder 3. And it's still showing A here, right? Like it's not, like I was explaining that this is now like a 3. But really, it's just that when you do create adder, that 3 is there, and then this function still gets that 3 from like the scope and that sort of thing. So I don't know if that maybe makes a little more. Obviously, just printing this doesn't necessarily make too much sense. Doing this, console log create adder 3. I mean, you see that it returns a function, but you can see that here. It returns the function that takes a B and adds A plus B. Carl Werner, that's actually returns a function, right? Yes, exactly. So create adder is a function that creates a function, basically. Returns a function. An anonymous function. And I think that's literally what a lambda is an anonymous function, basically. Because that kind of implies that you could pass that anonymous function somewhere around and kind of do things with it. Inception. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Inception. And like in C, they have lambdas now, I think. In C, there's no lambdas, but there's like function pointers. So you could have like, but there's no anonymous functions in C. So like you could have maybe a function that would take another function and call that other function, but so you could like pretend you could pass it a different function to call later. So you could kind of have like a higher order function maybe, but you couldn't have like an anonymously declared function. They just added it to Java last year, 3 years maybe. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, it sounds like some places are getting lambdas kind of as a newish thing. I don't know. I think I maybe am abusing it a little too much with certain things, but well, because now I have kind of my game is kind of a heavily event driven, so like that's events kind of work nicely with lambdas because I can just say, oh, I want to just have some function fire on this event that happens, so I can just pass a function around, like just anonymous functions all over the place, lambdas all over the place. Yeah, so it's whatever. Carl Werner is now following. Hey, Carl Werner, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and thanks for hanging out and everything. I hope what I was I was explaining lambdas / closures to the best of my knowledge there, and there might be some things I was missing. So, but I hope what I was explaining was somewhat enlightening. But again, take everything I say with a grain of salt, because I really don't know what I'm doing most of the time. But the game kind of works, so I must be doing it somewhat correct. I must have somewhat of an understanding for it. So, yeah. But yeah, I've got definitely like a little bit of inception going on here with my timer. Because I set up a new timer that has a certain duration. And then when the timer, I have a function here to pass a callback, a lambda, for when the timer, well, it doesn't have to be a lambda, I guess. It could be a function pointer, technically, like if it was, you could do something like that in C. But I set the timer, so the timer, I set a function that will run when the timer expires the first time. And then when that function that runs when the timer expires resets the timer and passes another function that will run when the timer expires again. Sorry, that was a little crazy there, if that makes sense. Imposter syndrome strikes again. I don't know what I'm doing either. Yeah. I hear you, Sterlingster. Thank God for Stack Overflow. Amen. All right, I'm going to refill my coffee real quick here. I've been wanting to get to learn a little bit about the Lisp programming language. If any of you guys are familiar with that. I even downloaded like the compiler at one point and kind of just messed around with like a hello world in Lisp. It's really a different programming language from anything. Like syntax-wise, very different from a lot of other programming languages. It's really old. So that's, I think, one reason. But that's a language where I feel like you really get into like these crazy inception-y kinds of things. And Lisp is really meant to be very much like a functional programming language. And I'd like to kind of, I don't think I would ever do anything really major with it, any like big projects with it. But it would be fun to just screw around with maybe, little examples of things. But I think that's a lot of things where you have like these, Lisp stands for list processor. So it's like everything you do is a list. So like you have I heard it for the first time now. Everything you do is like a list. So it's like you have a function that passes a list of things, but that list could be, is like very recursive feeling and like, something like that. Lisp, right? Yeah, you got it, Carl Werner. Exactly. Yeah, it's hard to hear. Lisp. Yeah, with a P on the end. Yeah, list processor is kind of, it's the whatever they call that, like codec or whatever, a shrinking of those two words, list and processor together. So you end up with Lisp. If you have a Lisp, you might not be able to say Lisp. Just kidding. That was maybe mean. All right. I'm going to grab first appeared in 1958. Exactly. It's really old. And there's like a newer version of it now, like C-Lisp or Clisp, I think was what I was messing around with. I don't think I have it on my computer here. I think I had it on my laptop. But all right, I'm going to grab. So there's like newer variations of it and whatever, but it's like, it's not that hard to like get into it, like get a compiler and start screwing around with it and everything, or an interpreter. It's an interpreted language, not a compiler. So it's you download the Lisp, the C Lisp interpreter or whatever, and you just run that in the command line and pass in your Lisp files or whatever it is. All right, I am going to hit the bathroom real quick and grab some more coffee. So we'll be right back. All right, we are back. Okay. Hang on 1 second here. All right. Okay. Sorry, checking messages there. Oh, we need to test this out. We actually need to test this out and see if it works. If our timer resetting inception works or not. But yeah, the whole thing with lambdas is it does take a little bit to kind of get used to kind of working with them and programming with them in that sense. I would say lambdas / closures. But okay, so all right, so let's test this out here. So once I join the match, we should now see like a match found thing or opponent found or something. I forget what the text says. Opponent found. We should see just that text for a second. And then it should, after like 1 second, I think, it's going to flip to, yeah, we're going to have 1 second, 1 second of opponent found. And then it's going to flip to, should probably say opponent found. So let's see if it works. Here we go. Opponent found. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Okay, no, it didn't work quite that way yet. What? It just said 3. It just said 3. What happened there? Like it worked. All right, what I'm going to do, actually, on tick, it's on tick. This is not, this wasn't working. Why was this not working? All right, let's just check it again. Opponent found, 2, 1. All right, I think, let's try it again. Finding opponent. Opponent found, 3, 2, 1. Oh, we need to also realign the text. I didn't think about that. All right. Okay, so let's just make this. Let's make this like 3 seconds now, just for screwing around, just to make sure. Or let's make this one 3 seconds. 3 seconds, and then make this one 5 seconds or something. Just to make sure that these timers seem to be about right. So we'll do that. We'll do that. 3, 2, 1. Okay, that was 5 seconds. All right, so I think those are working. The only thing is our on-tick function is not working. All right, so let's change this. What are we going to change this back to? 1,000 milliseconds and then 1,500 milliseconds. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So why does this on-tick? So everything works except the on-tick function. So the on-tick function is what does the 3, 2, 1. Well, at least there is a special on-tick function here that... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. No. Actually, this should... Okay. It should work. Count text. Count text. Right. Okay, why would this not? What is... Okay, timer. All right, let's print. Let's just do a console log in here. We are going to print dir. That should be easy enough. So let's queue up for a game here. And what? Okay, the on-tick did not work at all. Let's try a practice match. Play. What? All right, hang on. Everything's screwed up. Oh, we're not passing this. Okay. Hang on. That's right. All right. So we need to pass is Okay, we need to actually pass is practice or not. So where is countdown timer? Here we go. So we should have access to, this should be the only countdown timer dot create. Okay, that's the only one. Beautiful. All right, so where'd it go? Where'd it go? Come on. There we go. All right. So now we just need to pass the one. Yeah. Okay. So we just need to pass is practice here. That's all we need to do. Beautiful. 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 Okay. So now if we do a practice game, we should be fine. So if I do this, we just go into 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. And our timer works great. We got the printing of, so this is like the percentage complete of our timer, right? So we're 0.5 complete of 1, right? Or 50% complete right here at this point. 61% complete, 75% complete, 82. Just all, we're printing every frame basically. So that's good. Timer. All right, but the thing is we're not getting, okay, so now if I switch between, so now if we switch between, we do finding opponent, there we go. Our tick doesn't ever run here for whatever reason. Just doesn't work. So if we quit and we do a play here, there it works. So like this onTick function that we created in countdown timer, for whatever reason, it's like we can't like reassign the onTick function. Timer tick onTick equals onTick. Yeah, that's weird. It really shouldn't matter. Oh, I know. Okay. No, this is tricky. Sterling, sir, just watched a video and it helped kind of. Looks like it deals with scope and how this is defined within the scope of the lambda function versus a named function defines this based on where it's called. Yeah, the whole this thing is even a little more different. There's a whole nother thing. Because functions are objects, so they have their own this. So that's why they have arrow functions in ES6. So that you can, like I'm using one here. So I have like an arrow, well, maybe this is not a good example. But I have like an arrow function, so I can use, so that's why there's like arrow functions versus normal functions. So arrow functions can like keep the this context instead of, well, whatever. But yeah, the whole this thing, there's a, I really don't understand everything that's involved with this as far as JS goes. So that's something I don't fully understand. I feel a little better about it. Don't hurt yourself trying to explain. No worries. Well, I definitely really don't know a whole lot about this, other than what I need to do to make it, obviously make it work inside of like a class, and then how to preserve this with arrow functions versus I can give a good example of when this will break. for something like a class. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff that has to do with this. X-Dennis bot. What's going on, X-Dennis? Good to see you. Yes, you can use apply to send the context into the function in case you decide to use function instead of arrow function. Right. Yeah, so there's the function.apply or whatever. And just like you said, X-Dennis, that pushes the this down or whatever. And that was the way you did it before arrow functions, I think. But since I've been doing it, arrow functions have been a thing, so I haven't really worried too much about it. But yeah. Matt Jacks, just took a break from coding and played your game. Was wondering, have you ever thought about making the color that needs to be popped the border of the game space? I've thought about something similar to that, just to like make it so you didn't have to always be looking off to the side. Yeah, I hadn't actually thought specifically about the border. I thought about like filling in this, and then like this, instead of like this being here, it would be like or maybe this would have like a black ring around it, kind of like it does when you hover over it, you know, like, so the whole background would be like orange right now, and then you just have like a permanent black ring around the orange one, maybe. I don't know. But if you filled in, you could see the bubble. That's originally what I was going to suggest. Oh yes, that's a fix for the idea. That idea. Yeah. So that's another thing too. I don't know. I've kind of, I don't know. I am torn a little bit about how I want to do certain things, which seems kind of funny. I mean, the way it is right now, it works. And yeah, there's a little bit of a getting used to it curve. I don't want to say learning curve, but kind of like a little bit of a training curve to get used to looking over here. I mean, for the most part, like I've gotten, pretty comfortable with it. So it definitely is something that's kind of, balance is hard. Yes, indeed it is. So I don't think I'm going to be changing it anytime soon. I mean, it kind of depends. I might do a pass where I kind of, well, we're going to have to do something, because for the competitive mode, I'm going to have to come up with how exactly I want to show your score versus your opponent's score. So I'm trying to think about how I really want to do that. So we'll see what we end up doing with that, but anyway. Are they going to be popping the same layout of bubbles? Like the positions and everything and sizes? They're always random. The positions and everything are randomly placed. And I have a little algorithm that just makes sure they don't collide. So it should be yeah, it's different every time, basically. So like you generate the first bubble, and then you generate a random position for the second bubble, and you make sure they don't overlap. And if they do, that's actually something I wanted to fix, because there's some failures, because I'm just kind of going bubble by bubble, just making sure there's not collisions. I don't think that's ever really going to be a problem, but oh boy. Yeah, so anyway, Yes. So each player has a different game when competing against one another. No, actually, they have the same. So they're popping the bubbles at their own speed, but they are playing the same bubble. So it in that sense, they're popping the same exact bubble. So there's not like some advantage one over the other. Whoops, we got to refresh here. So 3, 2, 1, which doesn't count down right now, but yeah, they have the same bubbles here. So and as they play, more bubbles will pop up. So here we pop 5 now. Oops. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So then they end up with it's always going to be the same bubbles for both. And I don't know if this. Oh no, it's not going to work. It's not going to work because I had a mode which I didn't. I've refactored how we were sending data between the client and the server, so it won't actually work with this game mode. But I did have a game mode where, like, you'd actually pop a bubble. Like, so I popped pink there, the first bubble, and then pink would actually disappear for the other player. But it's a little bit of a frustrating way to play the game, so I kind of have yet to tweak maybe how I want that to be. So I like how you're showing it now, honestly, with just the numbers. I like this because it adds pressure. Well, so the numbers, yeah. So basically all this junk you see on screen here for the competitive mode is like me just screwing around with different UI ideas. So like actually the Falconer in the chat a couple weeks ago suggested the idea of this blue and red circle. So like you, the player, are represented by blue. So like as I'm popping, the red circle's getting smaller, right? But on this player, the red circle's growing larger. So it's kind of like the smaller the red circle is, like the more I'm ahead. Exactly, a tug of war. Yes. And the kind of the same thing is going on with this little square here. That was kind of the idea. Like the line is kind of resembling that I'm ahead by a certain amount and the other player's line is like back. But I'm trying to think of like a more effective way to kind of communicate that. Because I like, I like the kind of this idea, but at the same time, I don't really like it. I don't like the aesthetic of it. So we'll see. We'll see what we end up kind of going with. But yeah, it'd be nice to make it really evident to the player to kind of, yeah, exactly, add a little pressure, you know? Because if you're just playing your own individual copy of the game, of the copy of the bubbles, you don't know what's going on until the end, right? Until the stats screen here. And, you know, it'd be nice to have some sort of visuals on what the opponent's doing. Without going to the crazy extent of the way I had it before, where a player would pop a bubble and literally that would disappear from the other player. That mode needs some work, basically. Okay, so we've got a little bit of an issue here. Changing the tick method, the on tick method, doesn't quite work. Oh, wait a minute though. We don't care. Actually, we don't care. Check this out. All right. I think I got this. So instead of doing on tick here, we can just pass it here. We can just do on tick. Yes. Okay, we can just do that. And that should be good enough. And this timer will run the first time and set the count text, but the count text won't be visible yet, so who cares? Yes. Yes. Okay. So we don't need to actually reset the on tick. Okay, so here we go. Boom. Finding opponent. So now when we do this, we're going to have opponent found on the screen for a bit, and then our 3, 2, 1 will work. Opponent found. Okay, no, it didn't work. I really should have made a tick method in my game. Well, are you have some sort of game loop, right? In my case, I'm talking, the thing I have a tick method on is for my timer class, my timer object. So if you instantiate a timer object, basically a timer has a tick method that just runs every frame. And then the timer itself updates and then evaluates whether or not the timer's done or not, you know. So that's kind of when I'm talking about tick right now, that's what I'm kind of talking about. All right. So I'm trying to think about why. Okay, so countdown timer. Countdown timer is really a dumb name for this object because it doesn't, or this class, because it's not really a timer. All right, so why? Okay, let's look at this again here. Let's look at the. Okay, let's refresh our clients here. And we're gonna go competitive. Okay, so we're gonna play versus match. Opponent found. Okay, so we did. All right, so I don't care anymore about that. So I want to look at this. That doesn't make sense. Oh, did I not? Wait a minute. Maybe I didn't. No, I did get rid of it. So the time. Okay, wait a minute. Why isn't this? Our on tick now runs once, but it's not. What in the world? I'm confused. Sterling, sir. Gotta go. Meeting time. Good luck. Have fun. Hey, thanks, Sterling, sir. Thanks again for hanging out. I always appreciate it. Always do. Yeah, have fun at that meeting. Yeah, we're probably gonna be wrapping the stream up in a little bit. Kind of depends on when my wife gets home. So, we're gonna see if we can fix this issue. It's possible she might be another like 30 minutes or so. Who knows? All right. All right. I can't think of why this isn't working here. So we set up the timer. We set up the on tick. We set the on elapsed. The timer gets initialized. What? Yeah, that hits 1 and then it's done. Three, 2, 1, done. All right, let's try this again. Here, 3, 2, 1, done. Okay, so that the time is right. But why doesn't that tick run? Maybe because we changed the max dir. Is that why? Let's try. That doesn't make any sense. No. Oh, wait a minute. Is there some Boolean I'm missing here? It's not paused. It's got to be. Wait a minute. Destruct on elapsed. I thought I changed that to false. That must be it. Destruct on elapse. False. Wait a minute. Is that what it is? Yes. I think that's it. Maybe. All right. It's almost it's almost there. Oh, okay, so let's wait, maybe the max dir. No, that should be fine. That should be fine. Cuz it's taking whatever. All right, so let's see here. Max dir. And we're doing the check if this is less than max dir. Yeah, so if we change this, we should be fine. Yeah, resetting on tick is the problem. Okay, so it's still the old one. All right, so I think we got it now. 3, 2, 1. Yes, okay. Beautiful. All right, so we start a match, finding opponent, then we do this, and it's opponent found. 3, 2, 1, boom. That's exactly what we want. The alignment of the text is wrong, and we got to redo that, but this is exactly what we want. Finding opponent, opponent found. 3, 2, 1. Sweet. So I got a little hack in there, but it's not bad. It's not really bad. I technically should kind of add a little feature to the to our timer class, but I really don't want to think about that right now. Yeah. Yeah. I actually used some nice JS doc here for the what was I supposed to say? Maxdir. Oh, there is no underscore Maxdir. Actually used some JS doc there, believe it or not. Okay. All right, I think my wife's home now. Okay. So this kind of works out. Might just been the cat jumping around. I don't know, got this little cat. He's only 6 months old. He's still a kitten, pretty much. But sometimes, down in the basement, I hear him upstairs. And it sounds like a human walking around up there. He's so loud. Whatever he's doing. Slamming around on things. And now he's meowing about something. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. All right, maybe I'm not going yet. Yeah, okay. Oh, my wife is home. Okay. All right, so I think we're going to end the stream. So, I think we'll do a raid because I saw One Lives Left is on. Yes, One Lives Left is on, and he's I assume he's doing Jai right now. Jonathan Blow's programming language. Jonathan Blow's live right now. So we'll drop a raid on One Lives Left. Yeah, so we had a good stream today. I'm going to try to wrap it up thoroughly here. Hopefully we'll do a Thursday night stream. Either Thursday night stream or maybe a Saturday stream. Probably Thursday night stream. Usually Thursday night Central Standard Time. So yeah, we had a good stream today. Got some good stuff done. Big thanks to Retro MMO for dumping all the followers in the raid in the morning. Really thanks to him for that, and thanks to all you guys out there. You got a bunch of follows today. That's awesome. Really appreciate you guys. So yes, again, I normally stream. Well, I didn't say this yet, but I stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's my official schedule. So today was Tuesday, so technically we have to go all the way around till Monday. But I try to do like a stream on Thursday nights, for 3 or 4 hours, something like that. So we'll see if we get to it. But I am going to sign off for now. Again, thank you guys. We are going to raid One Lives Left. He's working on Jai programming language, Jonathan Blow's programming language. How do I raid? Here we go. One Lives Left. All right. We're starting the raid. 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6, 5. All right. All right, we're raiding. See you guys.